This morning on Fox 45 Early Edition, we are following three big stories. The after-action report from the Brooklyn Day mass shooting is out, highlighting failures from city leadership before and after the tragedy. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates addressing the first summer of his citation docket, why he says some were unconstitutional, and a vote of no confidence within Baltimore County's fire department. Fox 45 News speaks to the fire union president as a new report outlines potential issues.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Thursday, August 31st. I'm Megan Gillen, the very last day of the month. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and see how it's feeling. Justin, good morning.
Feels great. Had the windows open last night, Meg. Drier air, cooler this morning as well as we take a look outside. See what's going on here from our Towson camera. Overall, not much happening right now. A little bit breezy, and we're seeing those numbers that have bottomed out or are leveling off in the 60s here for Westminster and Bel Air and Cockeysville, 69 in Baltimore City. A cooler Thursday morning, breezy for the afternoon, but we are going to be heating up for Labor Day weekend, and we'll see those temperatures here throughout the morning, mainly in the low to mid 60s. Overall, no issues on your morning drive. Windows down for sure. Back with your full forecast coming up.
I can't be any more honest than to tell you we made mistakes and that we'll fix them. And those who made those mistakes will be held accountable.
We are setting a path forward with the goal of ensuring every mistake outlined in these reports is never repeated.
Continuing coverage this morning on the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. We brought it to you as breaking news yesterday morning. The report highlights failures from city leadership before and after the tragedy. Mayor Brandon Scott, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley, and other city leaders addressing the findings yesterday, saying the shooting that killed 2 people and injured 28 others was entirely preventable. At least one Baltimore police unit was aware of the event 3 days in advance, but high-ranking officials who could have provided extra support did not know about the party until 20 minutes before the shooting. The report also highlighting officer indifference as a serious concern. Attorney Thuru Vignarajah addressing that part of the report on Fox 45 News.
This report basically says officers were motivated by overtime, but even that wasn't enough to go into a crowd of people where violence was on the horizon, where safe street workers apparently knew that people with guns were getting into altercations, but the police couldn't be bothered to do anything more.
Monzi leaders saying the organization is also reevaluating its protocol for when Safe Streets workers should communicate a potential public safety threat to City Hall, but they have not said when those changes may go into effect. The Housing Authority of Baltimore has also faced criticism for allowing the party to happen in the first place. Agency leaders say they were not aware Brooklyn Day was taking place despite this scene at Brooklyn Homes. The agency is now working to provide overnight security in Brooklyn, and it is educating residents about emergency protocols like using a hotline to report potentially dangerous events. The Housing Authority has admitted they are aware of a history of criminal activity in the area. The man who allegedly rented equipment for the block party had been charged with cocaine distribution in the neighborhood twice in the past 6 months. Fox 45 News confirmed a U-Haul seen in the background during the police response to the shooting was the same one rented by the alleged drug dealer. In the 60 days since the shooting, city leaders have only spent about an hour and 45 minutes across 3 news conferences addressing it for the public. In that time, reporters have had about an hour to ask questions. At those 3 news conferences, reporters from all local and some national outlets only had the chance to ask 55 questions. In the Brooklyn mass shooting, 20-year-old Kylise Fagbemi and 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez were killed. So far, police have only made 1 arrest related to the shooting, an 18-year-old facing more than 50 charges, including attempted murder. The reward for information is now up to $88,000. For our extensive coverage on the Brooklyn Homes shooting, the after-action report, and all of our previous reporting, you can head to foxbaltimore.com. It has been nearly 2 months since Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates unveiled his citation docket aimed to go after low-level crimes. But so far, the numbers aren't living up to Bates's expectations. According to his office, only 3 of at least 50 citations written by Baltimore police have made it into the docket because of an error. Bates tells Fox 45 News some citations were written wrong by officers.
A number of them weren't constitutionally feasible for us to provide.
Bates also tells us that he understands his plan will take time, saying mistakes are being made now, so the plan will work better a year from now. Now to the county. Baltimore County's fire union issuing a 16-page report detailing widespread issues and concerns within the department. And this follows a rare union vote of no confidence against current leadership. Only the fire chief narrowly survived that vote.
Morale's pretty low right now. There's a lot of issues that are going on. It seems to be heavy-handed, very significant penalties or discipline imposed.
It's more than just heavy-handed. Members are calling it bullying and harassment.
They do. It just seems like it's an incredible amount of scrutiny that happens.
The report detailing a toxic environment, including accusations of chief officers caught lying during disciplinary hearings and irresponsible hiring practices. For the closer look at the full report, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Cleanup begins from Hurricane Idalia in Florida. Still to come, the search that's underway as the storm rages on to the Carolinas. And we have a drier and cooler morning out there with temperatures below average throughout the day. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking if we're going to see a warm up this holiday weekend. It is 4:36 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back early on your Thursday morning as we look out over Towson here, and our areas in that, or overall, the temperatures are not too bad. We are seeing a few of those high clouds kind of hanging around, and that's what we'll see throughout the day today, but definitely cooler here this morning. So the next couple of hours, if you want to get out early for a run or a jog, we're looking good with temperatures in the 60s. Going to be even cooler tomorrow morning, but we've got a heat wave around the corner we have to talk about too. More on that coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing now, over 50 people are dead, dozens others injured following a major fire in Johannesburg, South Africa. Emergency crews responding to the 5-story building that went up in flames early this morning. The cause of this fire that you see there remains unknown, and officials say the death toll could still rise. Here in the U.S., 6 people are recovering after being shot in Peoria, Illinois overnight. 2 of them have life-threatening injuries. The police chief says more than 24 rounds were fired. Officers arrived to a chaotic scene. We know police are still working on a motive, and they don't know the number of shooters yet. Make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news like this, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, weather, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. A GOP presidential candidate is trying to keep former President Trump off the ballot in one state. Still to come, why his case centers around the 14th Amendment. And we are following new developments in Michael Oher's conservatorship lawsuit. After the break, the latest subpoenas being filed. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jean Jeff Coat this morning on the National Desk, tracking Idalia, the loss and lingering impact for those still in its path. We are live on the ground and in the hardest hit areas this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, a reporter for the Kansas newspaper who was raided by authorities files a federal lawsuit against the police chief. Reporter Deb Groover says Marion Police Chief Gideon Cody violated her constitutional rights. She says he grabbed her personal cell phone out of her hands during the raid, even though it was not included in the search warrant. Local media outlets report the lawsuit is seeking more than $150,000 in punitive damages and conservatory damages as well. Now taking a look at developments in a different lawsuit here. Attorneys of former Ravens player Michael Oher issuing subpoenas to gain more records in relation to his conservatorship lawsuit. Probate court records showing subpoenas were issued to Shelby County, Tennessee Public Schools, the production company behind the film The Blind Side, and the talent agency who negotiated contracts for Orr and the Toohey family. Orr is asking for an end to the conservatorship that he says he was tricked into, as well as a full accounting of the money earned off his name and story. The Tooheys, by the way, have denied Orr's allegations. This morning, the search is on in Florida for survivors after Hurricane Idalia makes landfall and is now moving through the Carolinas. Florida Highway Patrol says 2 men were killed in 2 separate accidents Wednesday morning due to severe storm conditions from Idalia. Governor Ron DeSantis saying there is significant damage throughout the Big Bend region. And now officials say the initial search of impacted areas has been at least 75% completed.
Fortunately, the search and rescue operations, the hasty searches in the really impacted areas, it's been different than what they were finding with Hurricane Ian, and that's obviously welcome news.
Idalia making landfall on Florida's Gulf Coast as a Category 3 hurricane. It has since been downgraded to a tropical storm as it moves over southeastern Georgia and up through the Carolinas. All right, let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got to look at our forecast a little closer to home.
Yeah, really nice conditions this morning, right?
Really nice. It was cooler. I think I'm used to the nice, warm, muggy temperatures.
Yeah.
This felt cool.
Yeah, definitely cool. You're going to feel even more coolness tomorrow morning because you're not happy about that?
I miss summer, and I know we're there. September's tomorrow.
Yep, sure is. And our live cam right here over downtown Baltimore, our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. And overall, not too bad. We've got a few high, thin clouds out there. That full supermoon is out there kind of beneath a little bit of a thin veil of those clouds. 69 your temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. We are seeing a little bit of wind out of the northeast, about 8 to 15 miles an hour. But the dew point temperature dropped considerably in the mid 50s. So that drier air is here. And you can see the wind at about 17 to 21 miles an hour. That northerly wind is what's helping to bring in some of that drier air. And the dew point trend, well, not even on the chart today, so definitely in the pleasant category. Same thing tomorrow, even Saturday looking pretty good. Then the mugginess will return. Sunday and Monday, a lot of heat and a lot of humidity as we get into the rest of your Labor Day weekend and especially into next week. Could be talking about record high temperatures. Mid to upper 60s here is what we're talking about for the next few hours on your Rise and Shine cast with that sun up at 6:34 this morning, and the sun sets at 7:39. And here's a look at your MetroCast day planner. Again, some of those high clouds around today, but mid 60s through the 8 o'clock hour. Great day for lunch outdoors. A little breezy at times, but numbers will be in those mid to upper 70s by noontime. And then we'll see those numbers climb into the lower 80s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So definitely cooler than what we saw yesterday. In fact, a lot of us in the mid to upper 70s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air, 78 Chestertown, 79 Stevensville, lower 80s in Baltimore City, and up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those upper 70s and lower 80s as well. Now, here's a look at our temperature tracker, and you can see what's going on. We're staying below average for at least the next 3 days, and then we can climb considerably with our numbers Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Look at those well above average temperatures, and those are those possible record highs we're talking about into Monday and Tuesday. Really going to be some heat that is starting off the brand new month. Here's a look at our future scan. So Idalia is going to be tracking off the coast. We'll actually get some of those high clouds from that storm, but not talking about any rain or anything here. And then a lot drier air is going to work in tomorrow, starting in the morning time. And by tomorrow afternoon, plenty of sunshine, a real nice day to do stuff outside. Into Saturday, same thing. We're going to wake up nice and cool Saturday morning, but Saturday afternoon looking good. And then we start to get more into that heat and humidity that will start building by Sunday and into Monday of next week. Here's a look at that holiday countdown. Speaking of Labor Day, just 4 days out. We're officially 10 days from the Ravens home opener and the autumnal equinox coming up in just 23 days from right now. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. To see what's going on here with low to mid 80s. The O's are out of town, so we'll update that for you. We'll keep those 80s going through the weekend and then 90s next week.
Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stiller traffic network, we have a live look around the region. No major incidents or accidents to report here. Looking pretty good. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. A pretty good start for travel out there on the MARC train system. You'll find no major delay or issue there. Light rail link adhering to schedule in both directions of that service. Metro subway link, if that's your ride, no delays or issues there. Looking good for travel between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. In a few short weeks, a capsule launched back in 2020 to retrieve a sample from an asteroid will be returning to Earth. Yesterday, NASA is rehearsing that recovery mission by dropping a mock-up version from an aircraft which landed at a military drop zone test site in Utah. The real capsule is carrying about 8.8 ounces of rocky material collected from the surface of Bennu. Researchers say the OSIRIS-REx mission will help them learn about how our planet and the solar system formed.
I really feel a connection to this asteroid. It's holding these clues, and I think it wants us to study. I think it wants us to unravel this mystery, to explore these giant questions.
It's amazing. The capsule is set to return on September 24th. Once retrieved, it will be taken to a clean room and processed for delivery to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Researchers hope to start releasing their preliminary findings by the end of the year. Trending now a little closer to home, the O's are traveling to Arizona, as you heard Justin say, for their next series against the Diamondbacks. The O's are coming off a tough loss yesterday afternoon. Despite losing Game 3 against the White Sox, the O's did take the series win. Hopefully, they can pull out another win this Labor Day weekend in Arizona. The series kicks off tomorrow night. Kids are back to school. Transportation is causing major issues in some counties. Still to come, frustrated parents and a look at how some kids took on the first week of school.
The White House pushing back against concerns President Biden may be too old for another term. I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with both sides coming up.
It is 4:51. Look at that shot of the blue moon there. Incredible. Oh, nope, Epcot. Close. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Continuing coverage this morning, a federal judge rules former Trump lawyer Rudy Giuliani is liable of defaming two Georgia election workers. Ruby Freeman and her daughter, Wandrea Shea Ma, say Giuliani defamed them by falsely claiming they tampered with ballots during Georgia's vote counting process. The ruling was issued after Giuliani failed to turn over discovery information requested by Freeman and Moss as part of their lawsuit. It means the case will move toward a trial to determine how much money he'll have to pay in damages. New Hampshire's Attorney General is reviewing whether or not Donald Trump qualifies for the 2024 presidential race. GOP candidate John Anthony Castro raising the question and is suing to keep the former president's name off of New Hampshire's ballot. His case centers on the 14th Amendment, which prohibits anyone from holding public office if they have engaged in rebellion or insurrection. Trump has neither been charged nor convicted of those crimes, but some of his supporters have been found guilty of seditious conspiracy for the January 6th Capitol riot. Another topic of debate when it comes to the 2024 presidential race is age. President Biden is 80 years old, and his main challenger, Donald Trump, is only a couple of years younger. We have Chief Political Correspondent Scott Thuman with this debate in Washington.
For an 80-year-old president asking for another 4 years, his age now a central conversation. Can Biden keep the pace needed for the job? A majority of voters aren't so sure. 77% of adults surveyed think Biden is simply too old to be effective for another term, much higher than the 51% who feel the same way about Donald Trump, who is 77. CNN pressing the White House about that concern this week.
Joe Biden's been in politics since before, literally since before you were born.
Back when we were marking the 1-year anniversary of the war in Ukraine, he went to Kyiv. And people were so impressed that he was able to be there and look strong.
I'm not saying he's not able to walk.
No, but you're talking about his strength, right? You're talking about how he's looking right now.
He's 80.
That is.
And Republicans hoping to take his job are seizing on that.
A vote for Joe Biden is a vote for Kamala Harris. You know that, and I know that. There is no way that Joe Biden's going to finish his term. I think Kamala Harris is going to be the next president, and that should send a chill up every American's spine.
Fueling speculation Biden may not be on the ticket? A planned Fox News debate between current candidate Republican Governor Ron DeSantis against Democrat California Governor Gavin Newsom, who is not in the race, but mentioned as a potential backup for Biden.
You think it could be Newsom?
He's waiting in the wings. I think a lot of people are waiting in the wings.
In his soon-to-be-released book called The Last Politician, the author Franklin Foer citing unparalleled insider access when writing, his public persona reflected physical decline and time's doling of mental faculties that no pill or exercise regime can resist. The White House insisting that President Biden's drive is hard for even them and reporters as well to keep up with, and therefore, at least publicly, it shouldn't be a concern. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
Scott, thank you. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who's 81, appearing to freeze up again during a news conference in Kentucky yesterday. Listen in.
What are my thoughts about what? Running for re-election in 2026.
That's it.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026? All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute.
He paused for more than 30 seconds, but then recovered and responded briefly to a few more questions. This is the second time in recent months that McConnell has frozen like this. The spokesperson says he felt momentarily lightheaded, adding that he feels fine, but he will see a doctor. The senator has fallen multiple times this year and suffered a concussion.
We're holding the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement accountable for their handling of the Brooklyn mass shooting. Coming up, the changes that the agency says they're making.
We're starting off nice this morning with some drier and cooler air as well. We'll talk about how long that lasts.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, August 31st. My, goodbye, August. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. And you can almost feel fall this morning.
You do.
In fact, I want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about all the leaves that are falling.
Yeah, there are a lot of leaves out there, too, and we're seeing cooler temperatures as well. Maybe the windows opened last night, and definitely tonight as we get into tomorrow morning, as we'll see an even cooler start. But we're going to need that AC by the end of the weekend. So our Towson cam looking good right now, getting set for another weekend of the State Fair. And we've got our right now temperatures statewide. We're waking up in the 50s in Oakland and Cumberland, 62 in Hagerstown, 64 your number in Westminster, and mid to upper 60s for Bel Air and Baltimore at this time. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Windows down as you're heading out to work and school here over the next couple of hours. Temperatures mainly in the 60s. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Why didn't you show up? Why didn't you show up to protect these people? I don't get it.
Community frustration builds as city officials finally release detailed reports surrounding their actions leading up to, during, and after the worst mass shooting in Baltimore's history. It has been nearly 2 months since the shooting. This morning, Fox 45 News is looking into the after-action report from 3 city organizations: the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Housing Authority of Baltimore City, and the Baltimore Police Department.
Now, the report shows some officers knew about the Brooklyn Day block party 3 days before it happened, but didn't do anything about it. Only one officer was stationed in Brooklyn at the time of the shooting. Several other officers were in the area and could have been called, but were never requested. The report cites communication and decision-making failures from the Southern District Command. As a result, many people were served with charging papers, and the district major has been reassigned. Now, when it comes to the investigation, no one has been arrested for the murder of 2 people during the shooting. The reward is now $88,000 for information leading to an arrest. Police also released body camera footage from that shooting. A report raising concerns over a lack of body-worn camera footage, saying that it's a potential policy violation.
We know we made mistakes. It was important that our after-action report not only mentioned those mistakes, highlighted those mistakes and the shortcomings, but also provides recommendations to improve and learn from.
The only way that we can begin to heal the trauma is to begin by focusing on accountability.
Now, in the 60 days since the shooting, city leaders have only spent about an hour and 45 minutes across 3 news conferences addressing it for the public. In that time, reporters have had about an hour to ask questions. And at those 3 news conferences, reporters from local and even some national outlets only had the chance to ask about 55 questions.
This morning, we have live team coverage on the report as Fox 45 News pushes for more transparency at every level.
In a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with the push for answers from Monzi's interim director.
We begin with Olivia Dan. She has more on the frustration from people who live in the area, including the mother of one of the victims who died that night. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the Baltimore Police Department is admitting they made mistakes. One key finding in this after-action report is that some officers appear to give little thought to potential public safety concerns leading up to the moment that gunfire erupted. And residents all across the city are now reacting to this report. Take a listen to what they said.
It's incredibly disappointing to hear that. There's no other reaction that you can have.
All them people, more than 100 people was there, and no type of police activity was called at all.
The report reveals key issues with the police department, including staffing problems, decision-making, and communication. According to the report, there could have been other officers deployed to the Brooklyn Day block party, but they were never requested. The investigation also found that the police department knew about the Brooklyn Day block party 3 days before it happened, but at one point said they didn't. The block party turned into Baltimore's biggest mass shooting, killing 2 people and injuring 28 others. One of the victims killed 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, and no one is taking the report more seriously than Aaliyah's mother, Crystal Gonzalez. The report only reignites the hurt of her painful loss.
I nurtured her entire life, and I raised her great. I feel like we did a great job. I told my husband that before the shooting. I looked back after she graduated. I said, we did a good job, babe. I don't get to see her married. I don't get to see her starting a family. I don't get to see any of that. It's so hard for me to understand that at 18, That's it. No more. That's all you get.
Now, Mrs. Gonzalez hasn't said what's next for her, but she says the heartbreak she feels won't stop her from holding those responsible who, quote, dropped the ball that led to her daughter's death. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. While the Baltimore Police Department admits some failures, we have not seen the same level of accountability from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Monzi confirming Safe Streets employees mediated 5 incidents saying to involve guns on the night of the shooting, but stopped short of addressing where those incidents took place or how they were related to the shooting.
Fox 45 News is questioning the interim Monzi director for more information regarding the group's role, including how Safe Streets responded to conflicts on the day of the shooting. Shannon Lilly continues our live team coverage this morning with what we're learning. Shannon.
Well, this after-action report, Patrice, does confirm what we have been reporting all along, but there are still many unanswered questions when it comes to how Safe Streets operates and what's expected of these violence interrupters. But what we do know right now in terms of the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, we'll put that information here on your screen from that report. Safe Streets knew of tentative plans for the block party at least 1 month before the event. And by the end of June, they learned the block party was happening on July 1st. That information, though, was never communicated to anyone inside City Hall or Baltimore police. Right now, the Safe Streets workers don't have policies in place for notifying anyone of a potential threat. Monzi says the 5 conflicts mediated by Safe Streets workers prior to the shooting, which did involve some weapons, were not out of the norm of their daily course of duty. Now, we asked Monzi's interim director where those mediations took place and if there is any indication that those people involved in the mediations were either victims or suspects in the shooting. Here's her response.
I can't say whether these incidents involved victims or suspects in the incident, but what I can say is that from thorough conversations with our staff, these incidents were considered mediated, and so there was not an indication that this was a scene that was about to boil over.
Meanwhile, we do know that changes to reporting policies for Safe Streets workers are in the works, like when an event has more than 50 people in a Safe Streets zone, if there are known groups who have had previous issues at the event, or if there's a suspicion of people with multiple weapons in one place, like at the Brooklyn Day event.
We want to make sure that we're able, moving forward, to have very strong intelligence between Safe Streets and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement so that we have the proper situational awareness.
Now, when that will happen remains the question. Leadership within Monzi says that we should see those changes coming in the coming weeks. However, we'll continue to follow and see if that is the case. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Cleanup begins from Hurricane Idalia in Florida. Coming up from our live center, the damage people are waking up to as this storm now rages on to the Carolinas.
Temperatures are cooler this morning. A lot of us waking up in the mid to upper 60s with drier air in place. We'll talk about what we can expect for the next couple of days and the hot weekend ahead. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:10 right now. People across Florida, Georgia, and parts of the Carolina are waking up to flooding and power outages from Idalia.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen with where this storm is tracking this morning. Megan?
Yeah, guys, we want to take you live now to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We've seen a little bit of rain moving through. The wind kind of comes in gusts. The good news is no major flooding in this shot, but this is where Tropical Storm Idalia is now pushing through here this morning. Again, conditions not too bad here at this hour. Let's go ahead and take a look at our live look from our HD Weather Authority radar. Again, you can see Idalia impacting a little bit of the Carolinas as it's moving out, about to reemerge in the Atlantic later this morning after leaving a path of destruction elsewhere. This video really tells the story here, guys. You can see how treacherous the roads were, like this car that went into a sinkhole in South Carolina. But I'll tell you what, nothing compares to this moment right here. Watch closely. This car was driving, look at that, in bad visibility when the winds literally pick up the car in front of them and then just flip it across the roadway and onto another car before it lands on the side of the road there. Just one of several heart-stopping moments caught on camera showing the power of Idalia. Another one, this family watching their trees fall. They were actually inside their home in Perry, Florida, the very moment a tree fell onto it. Listen in.
Oh my gosh. No! Oh. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Hey, it's okay.
It was dark, but you could see the ceiling come down a little bit inside there. Several communities in Florida hit the hardest, now dealing with this. The aftermath of damage and down power lines, creating situations like this. This is a house fire right there. At this hour, we know Idalia is being blamed for at least 2 deaths, one in Florida and one in Georgia. We're going to have much more from our live center as the storm moves out to sea. Back to you, Patrice.
All right, Megan, thank you. Kids are back to school and transportation is causing major issues in some counties. Still to come, frustrated parents and a look at how some kids took on the first week of school.
A vote of no confidence is made within Baltimore County's fire department. Coming up in our next half hour, Fox 45 News speaking to the fire union president as a new report outlines potential issues. 5:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:15 on this Thursday morning, and as students are heading back to school for the new year, frustration building in Howard County over transportation. Bus delays and cancellations leaving some students stranded during the first week of class. Parents telling Fox 45 News 20 bus routes were suddenly canceled late Monday night and say they didn't find out until 11 o'clock that night, meaning Tuesday morning was a scramble.
It's very unacceptable. We got the email saying that the route was canceled.
Finding out that the bus drivers did not practice the route, that is not a good representation of what we're dealing with.
The school system says a new out-of-state bus company called Zoom does not have enough drivers to cover all routes. The superintendent says this is not a new issue for Howard County.
The last several years, having 95 to 105 vacancies every year is not acceptable either. So we wanted to implement a different delivery with a different contract that had access to a national body of individuals who could come in and support us as bus drivers.
Superintendent Michael Mariano also apologizing for the issue, saying that the new drivers are being trained to restore the suspended routes, and there will be a thorough audit of the transportation office.
Baltimore County parents also reporting issues with bus pickup. Two parents sent us these photos showing their children sitting on the floor of a crowded school bus. You can see about 8 students there crammed along the back of the bus. Parents are outraged at the photo, saying it's dangerous. The school system says the overcrowding is unacceptable, and they promise to send a bigger bus in the future. Now, if your family experiences any issue with school bus systems, we'd like to hear about it. Send any information and relevant photos or videos to the email address there on your screen, news@foxbaltimore.com.
With many schools back in session, mental health is a major concern for students of all ages. And according to a 2021 study, more than 60% of college students meet the criteria for at least one mental health problem. Now, the most common issue, feelings of isolation and depression. And experts say parents should support their children by listening, communicating, and pushing them to get involved at school.
You need to make some connections. Some students do that very organically and naturally. And then there's some people who it takes a lot of time, but they just need to make 1 or 2 solid connections.
Experts also encourage students to be aware of the mental health resources provided at their schools.
5:18 now. This morning, Hurricane Idalia is now a tropical storm and is continuing its path through the Carolinas. We are tracking it with our Weather Authority HD radar, as well as with live looks from Florida and South Carolina. In Florida, the search for survivors continues after the once Category 3 hurricane left significant damage throughout the Bend region.
The storm continues bringing rain and some hard winds to the Carolinas right now.
Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers, and it's through that area now, headed north. Are we going to see any impacts from Idalia, or are we still talking about Franklin?
Well, a little of both. I mean, we'll see some high, thin clouds today from Idalia, so we're not going to get any rain here. But then still a lot of that kind of rough surf from Franklin, which is continuing to head out toward the east. This is kind of right now what we're looking at, where the center of this storm is. It's just kind of hanging around the coast there near Myrtle Beach and heading up toward North Carolina. The center, we've got a lot of tropical storm warnings. We've got flash flood warnings as well. And we're not seeing a lot of lightning with this, at least right here. The lightning is kind of out into the ocean just off Virginia Beach, so it is getting a little bit closer to that area. But as we pull out a little bit farther, you can see we're still well to the north of where the center of this system is. And you can pull back even farther. The cold front that we talked about coming through yesterday, that's what is keeping Idalia well to the south of us and also keeping Franklin out to sea as well. That's what's going on. So in terms of the track, currently 60-mile-an-hour winds. Remember, this was up to a Cat 4 hurricane yesterday, but 60-mile-an-hour winds right now with wind gusts at 70 miles an hour, moving pretty quickly out of the east-northeast at 21 miles an hour. We're going to see this thing continue off the coast, and as we head into the afternoon, we'll still be holding on to a tropical storm characteristics, but out over the open waters of the Atlantic. And then it's going to kind of make a sag to the south, make a little bit of a turn, and then back up toward Bermuda. So that area or that island has seen some of the impacts from Franklin and now should see potential impacts from Idalia by the time we get to later this week and weekend. So here's a look at our live cam back here at home. Nice conditions out there. A few of those high thin clouds already hanging around. And as the kids head out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, I wouldn't say a jacket, but we are seeing a cooler morning with temperatures in the 60s, and it will be breezy this afternoon, but drier with temperatures that will be cooler. So 60s in the morning, lower 80s for the afternoon. And on your school bus forecast, well, we still have 5 days left for Carroll, Cecil, Caroline, and Kent County getting you back to school next week right after Labor Day. So that's the countdown for your bus stop forecast. Meanwhile, we've got 23 days left until autumn. It comes on early Saturday morning, September 23rd, but meteorological autumn, of course, starts tomorrow, September, October, and November. Here's a look at your high temperatures. 85 is typically where we are for the last day of the month. We'll be in the upper 70s and lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're going to see a lot of upper 70s and lower 80s as well. Again, a bit breezy later for the afternoon. And I would definitely get the sprinklers on here, watering early or late. We're going to have a long dry stretch here where we're going to probably have some crunchy grass to deal with because there's no rain really in sight. Here's that 7-day forecast. Look at the heat that's coming in too. So the next 3 days we get 80s, but we jump right to the lower 90s Sunday. Monday and Tuesday, we are talking about upper 90s, more than likely breaking records in terms of our heat. And again, you don't see any rain in sight. So that's why you got to get that watering done yourself. All right, let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got train 505 and train 841 on the Camden line, operating with about 5-minute delays. The other trains look good for the commute start. Light rail link showing no delays, looking good for travel there, and Metro subway link on time in both directions. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. 3 baby formula manufacturers getting a warning from the FDA. Safety procedure concerns are facing despite meeting all food safety requirements.
City Council is now responding to that after-action report into the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Just ahead, what mistakes they say cannot be excused. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
525, topping your health headlines, the FDA is urging 3 baby formula manufacturers to do more to catch bacterial contamination. The agency says it has sent out warning letters to ByHeart Inc., Reckitt Benziger Group's Mead Johnson Nutrition, and Perigo, Wisconsin. The FDA says the companies failed to set up adequate safety procedures to prevent infant formula contamination when being manufactured. The letters are not linked to any current recalls, and that infant formula products available to families do meet the agency's food safety requirements, according to the FDA.
Trader Joe's makes its 6th recall in just the last 5 weeks. The latest, tamales. The Texas Tamale Company and gourmet black bean tamales, they're being recalled because they might contain undeclared milk. The affected product is best before dates of June 19, 2025 with the lot code 17023. The tamales were sold in Alabama, Arkansas, Colorado, Kansas, New Mexico, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Texas. No illnesses have been reported so far.
The Baltimore County Fire Department faces a vote of no confidence. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the allegations that the union is making.
Today, we are cooler, but this weekend, we're starting to get hot. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking if we'll stay dry for the holiday weekend. 527, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning. Welcome back on this Thursday. 5:29 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. And September starts tomorrow. And it's going to feel like September today.
The chill was in the air this morning. I was thinking maybe I needed a jacket. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. You're just happy about tomorrow and your PSL.
You're exactly right. And tomorrow morning, you will feel even colder or cooler. Yes. Cooler. So, yeah, for sure. By about another 4 or 5 degrees. But, yeah, not too bad out there right now unless you walk into a spider web like I just did. So that's the whole thing that I have to deal with. But our Towson camera, good morning to you. Mile 1 Auto Group cam. We're looking good. We got a few of those high, thin clouds out there. We've got temps in the mid-60s for Westminster. Spencer and Cockeysville, 65 in Bel Air and Chestertown, 68 Baltimore City, 71 your temp in Annapolis right now. So a cooler Thursday morning. It will be a bit breezy later this afternoon. That wind is going to kick up, and we are going to heat up for the weekend. Overall, your morning drive, definitely the windows down as you're heading out to work and school this morning. Next couple of hours, numbers staying in the 60s, and we'll top out in the lower 80s today, back to the mid 80s on Friday and Saturday. But then we're really cranking up that heat once we get into the second half of your weekend. And for Labor Day, we could be talking about record high temperatures. A little closer look at that coming up in just a few.
Continuing coverage this morning on the after action report from the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. We brought it to you as breaking news yesterday morning. The report highlights failures from city leadership before and after the tragedy.
Now, Mayor Brandon Scott, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley, and other city leaders addressing the findings yesterday, saying that the shooting that killed 2 and injured 28 others was entirely preventable.
At least one Baltimore police unit was aware of the event 3 days in advance, but high-ranking officials who could have provided extra support didn't know about the party until 20 minutes before the shooting. The report also highlights officer indifference as a serious concern.
The Housing Authority of Baltimore has also faced criticism for allowing the party to happen in the first place. Agency leaders saying that they were not aware Brooklyn Day was taking place despite the scene at Brooklyn Homes. The agency is now working to provide overnight security in Brooklyn and educate residents about emergency protocols, like using a hotline to report potentially dangerous events.
Now, the Housing Authority has admitted they're aware of a history of criminal activity in the area. The man who allegedly rented equipment for the block party had been charged with cocaine distribution in the neighborhood twice in the past 6 months. Fox 45 News confirmed that a U-Haul seen in the background during the police response to the shooting was the same one rented by the alleged drug dealer.
On the wake of the Brooklyn Day after action report, we're now hearing from city council members. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with their thoughts on these findings. Shannon?
Members we heard from, Tom, described this report as shocking and disturbing. But there is growing debate over who should be held accountable. In fact, take a listen to some of the conversation that was heard on talk radio just minutes after this report was released.
You're going to see a lot of officers are now going to look at this actual report and say, wow, you're putting this on me? The blame is now on me? From the guy that wants to reimagine public safety and defunded the police, now it's on me? We are for sure going to lose more officers.
Meanwhile, at City Hall, though, those who oversee public safety in the city found the 173-page after-action report difficult to digest, as it details the city's failed response to the largest mass shooting in the city's history. City Councilman Zeke Cohen says the report illustrates the deep divide that still exists between law enforcement and the community. It also highlights the city's failure to maintain public safety, which he says cannot be excused. Councilman Mark Conway is echoing that sentiment as well. Take a listen.
I think the lack of seriousness, I think, was a little bit shocking in reading parts of the report that we saw from the police department.
It's a deeply disturbing report that demonstrates a level of indifference and, in some cases, contempt that officers showed toward those that they serve.
That's just not the proper way to address the issue, and I would expect that officers, and the department has a method for dealing with these issues going forward.
Now, council members say they still have questions about the chain of events that led up to this mass shooting, and so they have scheduled a second public hearing for next month. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
In the Brooklyn mass shooting, 20-year-old Kylise Fagbemi and 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez were killed. So far, police have only made one arrest related to the shooting, an 18-year-old facing more than 50 charges, including attempted murder. The reward for information now up to $88,000.
For our extensive coverage on the Brooklyn home shooting, the after action report, and all of our previous reporting, you can head over to foxbaltimore.com.
Now to a story you are seeing first here on Fox 45. The Baltimore County Fire Department faces a vote of no confidence.
The vote comes as the fire union releases a report on widespread issues within the department, including poor morale and safety concerns.
Olivia Dance is joining us live with more on that rare union vote. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, that's exactly right. The 16-page report was released following a rare vote of no confidence against the current leadership of the Baltimore County Fire Department. The report revealing many concerns, including that a lack of training could be putting the firefighters and the public safety at risk.
It's concerning in that because the public may not always be in the best care that we could if we were doing additional training. I hope they just don't discount the vote of no confidence and just say, well, it doesn't mean anything. That would only lead to bigger problems.
Fire Chief Joanne Runn barely survived the vote, while union members overwhelmingly delivered a vote of no confidence against Assistant Chief Jennifer Utz and Deputy Chief Francis DePaula. According to Union President John Sabega, who you just heard from, there's room for changes to be made before a change in leadership is necessary, but he says improvements need to be made immediately. The allegations also include what the union is calling a, quote, toxic work environment with a lack of respect, trust, and consistency between chief officers and members. The report continues by saying chief officers were caught lying in discipline hearings and falsifying documents, as well as unsafe tactical decisions made by chief officers that have led to increased property damage and near misses to personnel. Current recruitment practices were also called into question. The report claiming applicants who are not physically fit have been assisted and selected to make up numbers for diversity, in a job, of course, where physical fitness could cost lives. And the thoroughness of background checks also called into question, with accusations that a convicted felon spent time on the force. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
This morning, the Baltimore Police Department is admitting they made mistakes when it comes to the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. In our next half hour, city residents are reacting to the newly released after-action report.
We have a drier and cooler morning with temperatures below average throughout the day. Maybe a light jacket at the bus stop. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking if we will see a warm up this holiday weekend. And hint, it will be hot, record-breaking possibly. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local all morning. Right now, Idalia is barreling through the Carolinas. It's now a tropical storm, but still packing a punch.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center. She's got the latest track and the impacts being felt this morning. Megan?
Exactly, guys. A live look from our HD Weather Authority radar here now showing tropical storm Idalia over the Carolinas as we speak. Right now, bringing life-threatening flash flooding there. Seeing that mentioned on the National Hurricane Center, but getting ready to exit off the East Coast here this morning in just a few hours. We want to take you live now to South Carolina. This is Myrtle Beach here this morning, guys. You can see the rain associated with Idalia's outer bands there. And we've got some video coming in. Actually, let's go ahead and pull that up since this ad just took over from Edisto, South Carolina. Record high tide levels there, adding to flooding along the coast. That's a road right there. In Charleston, levels topping 9 feet, 5th highest on record, leading to widespread road closures, as you can imagine.
We did take on some water, but we spent a lot of time wringing out towels and cleaning up, and the cleanup is over with. We helped our community. We live in a small apartment complex with lots of elderly people and people that needed help, and we were there to help them.
Also spawning a tornado that briefly touched down in the Charleston suburb of Goose Creek. You can see how powerful it is here, picking up the vehicle right there, feet off the ground, flipping it. Thankfully, the 2 people inside the car were not seriously hurt. New numbers just in this morning, though, showing more than 300,000 people without power. That extends from Florida all the way to the Carolinas. The majority of those are in North Florida and Southeast Georgia. At this hour, Idalia is being blamed for at least 2 deaths. 1 person was killed in Florida while driving in the storm, crashing into a tree. And a man in Georgia died when a tree fell on him as he was trying to help clear a blocked roadway. Just incredible images coming into our newsroom. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as Idalia moves out to sea this morning. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A new siren system could soon be up and running in Hawaii. Still to come, the changes being made in light of those deadly, horrific Maui fires.
Crazy turbulence causing nearly a dozen people to be hospitalized. More on the international flight that caused many passengers to be carried off the plane. That's coming up. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:45 now, making headlines this morning. 11 people on a Delta Airlines flight are hospitalized after experiencing severe turbulence.
According to a spokesperson for that airline, the flight from Milan had about 151 passengers, 14 crew members, but the conditions of those injured are not released.
The FAA says the plane was roughly 40 miles away from the Atlanta airport when the shaking started. This is cell phone video of passengers who then had to be carried off the plane. Delta issued a statement thanking the first responders who were on the scene of the landing, saying, quote, "Our priority is taking care of our customers and crew who sustained injuries."
Despite that travel nightmare, overall, more people are traveling abroad to mark the unofficial end to summer. AAA reporting international bookings for flights, hotels, cruises, rental cars, they're up 44% from last year. Vancouver, Rome, London, Dublin, and Paris are the top 5 destinations. Domestic bookings are only up 4%, with top choices being Seattle, Orlando, Anchorage, New York, and Las Vegas.
Happening today, the Southwest Airlines Pilots Association will conduct its first ever multi-base international strike. It's happening at BWI, as well as LAX, Hartsfield Jackson in Atlanta, Houston Hobby, and Chicago Midway airports. The strike at BWI will go on until about noon. The Southwest Airlines Pilots Association says they've been trying for 3 years to reach a contract agreement with the airlines. The association says Southwest is the last major airline without an agreement in principle and have lost hundreds of pilots to other carriers this year.
5:47 on this Thursday morning, and hopefully this afternoon will be just as like it was yesterday.
It was beautiful. Let's find out. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with the last day of August weather.
That's right. Did you guys like eating outside?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, today is National Eat Outside Day.
There you go.
Very nice.
I mean, perfect for August 31st, right?
Yeah.
And we've got weather that is really going to be kind of helpful
Supporting
for
that?
Supporting that. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Because we almost got to 90 yesterday, even with that drier air that was in place. But we'll be about 5 to 6 to even 7 degrees cooler than that number for this afternoon. Our Towson camera right now, all good. We are seeing a few of those high, thin clouds out there. 68 your temperature in Towson. North wind about 10 to 15 miles an hour. But the biggest thing is that dew point temperature hanging out in the 50s. You can see some of that north wind right now, about 10 to 15 miles an hour, coming straight down into the area, and that's what's helping to bring our dew point temperatures down. So look at the trend today, tomorrow, and Saturday in that pleasant or comfortable category. And then on Sunday and Monday, you're going to see more of that moisture roll back in, and it will be warm and even hot and humid as well. So don't you worry, summer lovers. We've got plenty of summer left. Mid to upper 60s here over the next couple of hours on your Rise and Shine cast. Sun coming up in just a little while, about 6:34, and goes to bed tonight at 7:39. If you want to jump in the pool today on your splash cast, remember that UV index going to be in the high category. Should be a great pool weekend, but I'm telling you, it is going to really start cooking up there with our temperatures that will be going up. 85 is typically where we are this time of year. Most of us in the mid to upper 70s and a few lower 80s here and there for your highs this afternoon. Again, breezy conditions will make it feel nice as well. If you are heading down the ocean, still may see some dangerous rip currents and some high tide in or rough surf, down there on the ocean for Ocean City and Rehoboth. But by tomorrow and Saturday, we should see a lot calmer conditions. And overall, all of us are staying dry. Temperatures down the ocean in the low to mid 70s. Pilots fly today. We're looking at a VFR day, visual flight rules, but it will be a bit breezy at times. So be aware of that if you are heading out. And if you want to get the grass cut today, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, yeah, no rain in sight. Green lights across the board with dry conditions in place. Here's that 7-day forecast. Lower 80s today. We'll wake up in the 60s and even 50s tomorrow morning, back to the mid 80s on Friday and Saturday, and then lower 90s Sunday. And look at that, Labor Day Monday into Tuesday, we're going to be in the upper 90s, more than likely tying or breaking records. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here. As traffic's moving along just fine, nothing to report in these cameras. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Happy Eat Out today, Mark Jones.
Oh, I do that a lot, yes, and probably shouldn't. It's a good thing. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now, you'll find train 511 on the Penn line operating with a 5-minute delay, and train 843 operating about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances, perhaps. Light rail link, good to go for the commute start. No delays or issues in either direction of that service. And Metro Subway link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The after-action report from the Brooklyn Day mass shooting is out. The failures from city leadership surrounding the tragedy. That's coming up.
House Republicans investigating Hunter Biden's business deals say they're facing roadblocks from the executive branch. I'm Christine Frizzau on Capitol Hill with the latest.
And taking a live look here from Raleigh, North Carolina, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local, all morning. Developing now, new siren system could be going up and running in Hawaii in just a few days.
The system could be used for future dangerous situations like the Maui wildfires. Maui officials say they want to change the systems to improve how people are notified. The goal would also be to make sure the community knows what to do to stay safe.
As we go forward, we need to educate the public on what do they need to do when a siren sounds. And that includes our visitor population that will be unfamiliar as well.
Now, this change comes after criticism that Maui leaders did not use warning sirens for the wildfires. The emergency management administrator at the time said the sirens were normally used for tsunamis.
Making your headlines this Thursday morning, another concerning moment for Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell as he appears to just freeze up during a news conference in Kentucky.
What are my thoughts about what? Running for re-election in 2026. That's good.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026?
All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute.
Well, he paused for more than 30 seconds, but then recovered and responded briefly to a few more questions. A spokesperson says he felt momentarily lightheaded, and the senator will see a doctor as a prudential measure. And this comes, though, as a little over a month after Republican leaders froze in a similar way on camera on Capitol Hill. 81-year-old senator has fallen multiple times this year and has suffered a concussion.
We are just days away from lawmakers returning to Capitol Hill, and House investigators have continued to press ahead with their investigation into Hunter Biden's business deals and what, if any, connection his father may have had to those deals.
Lately, they've been hitting some roadblocks. National correspondent Christine Frizzell is on Capitol Hill with what we're learning.
Well, since taking the majority in January, Republicans have received unprecedented access to bank records, communications, and witnesses, often through subpoenas. But they say what they've learned has raised more questions, which means they need more access.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that
IRS investigators Gary Shapley and Joseph Ziegler testified about irregularities in this investigation into Hunter Biden back in July. This includes Hunter Biden's attorneys being notified before a search of his property was to take place. And they also named names. Who else was in the room when prosecutor, now special counsel David Weiss, allegedly said that he didn't have the authority to push forward with additional charges against Hunter Biden, even though those charges had been agreed to by all involved.
Mr. Shapley, Mr. Ziegler, their testimony has been consistent. It's been validated. Mr. Weiss wrote me on June 7th and said, I have full authority to bring charges when I want, where I want, and whether I want to bring them at all.
And that contradicts what Gary Shapley said.
Yes, exactly.
Since then, 4 officials from the FBI and IRS have been subpoenaed, presumably those who were involved in these meetings. But just this week, Tuesday night, the DOJ said no, stating those subpoenas, quote, lack legal effect and cannot constitutionally be enforced, largely due to its own investigation not being completed. I should say this is often standard protocol when an investigation is ongoing, in this case by the DOJ, for them to not allow witnesses or documents involved to, sort of be involved with these outside investigations in the name of protecting privileged information. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
A reporter for the Kansas newspaper raided by authorities earlier this month filed a federal lawsuit against the police chief. Deb Groover of the Marion County Record says Marion Police Chief Gideon Cody violated her constitutional rights. She says Cody grabbed her personal cell phone out of her hands during the raid, even though her phone was not included in the search warrant. Local media outlets report the lawsuit is seeking more than $150,000 in compensatory and punitive damages.
A TV news crew in Chicago reporting on a string of robberies ended up being robbed. Univision Chicago says a reporter and photographer were recording outside Monday morning when 3 masked men robbed them at gunpoint. The station's vice president of news says the robbers took the television cameras and personal items. Police say nobody has been reported hurt and nobody has been arrested.
Baltimore police admitting they made mistakes in the after-action report on the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Coming up next, the mother of one of the victims responds to that report.
Cleanup begins from Hurricane Idalia in Florida. Straight ahead from our live center, the damage people are waking up to as this storm rages on in the Carolinas.
And temperatures are cooler this morning, also drier air in place, at least for a couple of days. We'll talk about what we can expect for your Labor Day weekend on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, August 31st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at our forecast.
Yeah, guys, good morning. Starting off with cooler temperatures here this morning. Also that drier air that is in place, a little bit of a breeze out there as well. And sun's still about 30 minutes or so from coming up as we look out over the inner harbor. That full super blue moon looked good, even though it had a little bit of the cloud cover in front of it. Low to mid 50s for Oakland and Cumberland right now. How about that to start your morning? Lower 60s in Westminster. We're at 64 in Bel Air and 67 your temp currently in Baltimore City. So our morning commute looking like this. Mid to upper upper 60s next couple of hours. Definitely have the windows down if you are heading out to school or work. And we should top out about 82, so about 7 degrees cooler than yesterday. Those temperatures definitely below average. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Now let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network, and here's a look at some of the cameras that we have around the loop here, and it looks like traffic is moving along just fine on this Thursday morning. Community frustration builds as city officials finally release detailed reports surrounding their actions leading up to and during, plus the aftermath of the worst mass shooting in Baltimore's history.
It has been nearly 2 months since that shooting. This morning, Fox 45 News is looking into the after-action report from 3 city agencies: the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Housing Authority of Baltimore City, and the Baltimore Police Department.
Now, the report shows some officers knew about the Brooklyn Day block party 3 days before it happened, but didn't do anything about it. Only one officer was stationed in Brooklyn at the time of the shooting, and several other officers were in the area and could have been called, but were never requested. A report cites communication and decision-making failures from the Southern District Command. As a result, many people were served with charging papers, and the district major has been reassigned. Now, when it comes to the investigation, no one has been arrested for the murder of 2 people during that shooting. The reward is now up to $88,000. Police also releasing body camera footage from the shooting. The report raising concerns over a lack of body-worn camera footage, saying that it's a potential policy violation.
We know we made mistakes. It was important that our after-action report not only mentioned those mistakes, highlighted those mistakes and the shortcomings, but also provides recommendations to improve and learn from.
The only way that we can begin to heal the trauma is to begin by focusing on accountability.
Now, in the 60 days since the shooting, city leaders have only spent about 1 hour and 45 minutes across 3 news conferences addressing it for the public. In that time, reporters have had about 1 hour to ask questions. At those 3 news conferences, reporters from all local and even some national outlets only had the chance to ask 55 questions.
This morning, we have live team coverage on this report as Fox 45 News is pushing for more transparency at every level.
In a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with the push for answers from Monzi's interim director.
We begin with Olivia Dan. She has more on the frustration from people who live in the area, including the mother of one of the victims who died that night. Olivia?
Well, Tom, the Baltimore Police Department is admitting that they made mistakes. One key finding in this after-action report is that some officers appeared to give little thought to potential public safety concerns before the gunfire erupted. And now residents all across the city are reacting to that report. Take a listen to what they said.
It's incredibly disappointing to hear that. There's no other reaction that you can have.
All them people, more than 100 people was there, and no type of police activity was called at all.
The report reveals key issues with the police department, including staffing problems, decision-making, and communication. According to the report, there could have been other officers deployed to the Brooklyn Day block party, but they were never requested. The investigation also found that the police department knew about the Brooklyn Day block party 3 days before it happened, but at one point said they didn't. The block party turned into Baltimore's biggest mass shooting, killing 2 people and injuring 28 others. One of the victims killed 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, and no one is taking the report more seriously than Aaliyah's mother, Crystal Gonzalez. The report only reignites the hurt of her painful loss.
I nurtured her entire life, and I raised her great. I feel like we did a great job. I told my husband that before the shooting. I looked back after she graduated. I said, we did a good job, babe. I don't get to see her married. I don't get to see her starting a family. I don't get to see any of that. It's so hard for me to understand that at 18, that's it, no more. That's all you get.
Now, Mrs. Gonzalez hasn't said what's next for her, but says the heartbreak she feels won't stop her from holding those responsible for, quote, dropping the ball that led to her daughter's death. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Olivia, while Baltimore Police Department admits failures, we have not seen the same level of accountability from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Monzi confirms Safe Streets employees mediated 5 incidents said to involve guns on the night of the shooting, but stopped short of addressing where those incidents took place or how they related to the shooting.
Fox 45 News questioning the interim Monzi director for more information regarding the group's role, including how Safe Streets responded to conflicts the day of the shooting. Shannon Lilly continues our live team coverage this morning with what we are learning.
Well, this after-action report, Tom, does confirm what we have been reporting all along, but there are still many unanswered questions about how Safe Streets operates and what's expected of these violence interrupters. What we are learning specifically in regards to Brooklyn Day, we're going to put right here on your screen. Safe Streets knew of tentative plans for the block party at least 1 month before the event. And by the end of June, they learned the block party was happening on July 1st. That information, though, was never communicated to anyone inside City Hall or Baltimore police. Right now, the Safe Streets workers don't have policies in place for notifying anyone of a potential threat. Monzi says the 5 conflicts mediated by Safe Streets workers prior to the shooting did involve some weapons and were not out of the norm of their daily course of duty. Now, we asked Monzi's interim director where those mediations took place and if there is any indication that those people involved in the mediations were either victims or suspects in the shooting. Here's her response.
I can't say whether these incidents involved victims or suspects in the incident, but what I can say is that from thorough conversations with our staff, these incidents were considered mediated, and so there was not an indication that this was a scene that was about to boil over.
Meanwhile, we do know changes to reporting policies for Safe Streets workers are in the works now, like when an event has more than 50 people in a Safe Streets zone, if there are known groups who have had previous issues at the event, or if there is a suspicion of people with multiple weapons in one place, like at the Brooklyn Day event.
We want to make sure that we're able, moving forward, to have very strong intelligence between Safe Streets and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement so that we have the proper situational awareness.
Now, when that will happen remains the question. Monzi leadership says they hope to implement these changes in the coming weeks. Of course, we'll continue to follow up to see if that is indeed the case. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. A vote of no confidence held within the Baltimore County Fire Department. Still ahead, a closer look at the problems some say led to the vote and how the department will now move forward. City Council members reacting to Brooklyn Day After Action report. Topping our next half hour, we continue our coverage on the report and why they say there is still a deep divide between law enforcement and the community.
We have some clouds hanging around right now, but temperatures are definitely cooler, a bit breezy as well. Not a bad way to start your Thursday. We'll take a look at the heat that is around the corner for this upcoming weekend on Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
6:10 right now. People across Florida, Georgia, and parts of the Carolinas are waking up to flooding and power outages from Idalia.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen with where this storm is tracking this morning. Megan?
Yeah, Tom, Patrice, we're taking you live to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina this morning. We've been watching Tropical Storm Idalia now pushing through this area right now. You can see the raindrops on the camera. It's been a steady rainfall, not pouring here at this hour, just kind of steady. Some wind gusts sweeping through that area. Let's take a live look now from our HD Weather Authority radar. Again, you can see Idalia impacting the Carolinas right now and about to reemerge into the Atlantic later this morning after leaving really a path of destruction elsewhere. Guys, we've got some video that really tells the story here. You can see how treacherous the roads were, like this car that went into a sinkhole. This is in South Carolina, but really nothing compares to this moment here. Watch closely. You're going to see a car driving in bad visibility when that happens. The winds literally pick up the car in front of them, flip it across the roadway onto another car. Just one of several heart-stopping moments caught on camera, guys, showing the strength of this storm. Another one here, this family watching their trees fall. They were actually inside their home in Perry, Florida, the very moment a tree fell onto it.
Oh my gosh. No! Oh. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Hey, it's okay.
But you could see part of the ceiling come in there. Several communities in Florida there hit the hardest. Now dealing with the aftermath of the damage, down power lines and leading to a situation like this, a house fire right there, just raging in the midst of flooding. At this hour, Idalia is being blamed for at least 2 deaths, one in Florida and one in Georgia. We're going to have much more from our live center as this storm continues to move out the sea throughout the morning. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Data showing more than half of college students experience mental health problems. How parents can help make the transition back to school easier.
The Ravens' new rookie causing exciting chaos at their recent team meeting. Still ahead this morning, why his introduction to the team had Odell Beckham Jr. on the floor. 6:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:15, and in your consumer news, both Visa and MasterCard will be increasing the fees many merchants pay when they accept customers' cards. That's according to a new report from the Wall Street Journal, which reads that the credit card companies will bump up their rates come October and then April. The price hikes will mainly impact online purchases. A consulting company that works with merchants says that the change will result in an additional $500 million in annual fees. They say U.S. merchants paid close to $100 billion in Visa and MasterCard fees last year.
The annual cost of owning a new car surged to more than $12,000 in the last year. According to AAA, Americans are now paying about $1,000 a month to own and operate a new vehicle. That's a big increase over last year, when the average yearly cost was only about $10,000 or $900 per month. AAA says ownership costs are likely being driven up by the jump in new vehicle prices and a 90% increase in finance rates, among other factors.
The Biden administration is canceling $72 million in loans for more than 2,300 former Ashford University students. According to the Education Department, the cancellation stems from a 2022 court ruling that found the school responsible for misleading prospective students and then lying about its accreditations. And they say eligible borrowers will be notified next month and will include students who attended for online for-profit college between 2009 and 2020. The money will come from the University of Arizona, which acquired Ashford in 2020. Trending now, in 2020, NASA launched a spacecraft to retrieve a sample from an asteroid. In a few short weeks, that capsule's returning back to Earth.
The space agency is rehearsing that recovery mission. The team dropped a mock-up version from an aircraft yesterday that landed at a military drop zone test site in Utah. The real capsule is carrying about 8.8 ounces of rocky material collected from the surface of Bennu. Researchers say the OSIRIS-REx mission will help them learn about how our planet and solar system formed.
I really feel a connection to this asteroid that's holding these clues, and I think it wants us to study. I think it wants us to unravel this mystery, to explore these giant questions.
All right, well, he's really connected with that asteroid, but the capsule is set to return September 24th. Once retrieved, it'll be taken to a clean room and processed for delivery to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Researchers hope to start releasing their preliminary findings by the end of the year.
Listen, you know, there's a person for every job, so you want someone like him because he's very into that.
Communicating with the asteroid? Yes,
right,
mentally? Yes, he's there. Well, our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, you communicate with the atmosphere, too. So you're close to, I mean, do you have you heard anything from asteroids at all?
No, nothing at all. Okay. No. But
what have you heard about the upcoming winter? Because we've been talking about the farmers.
I told you guys last month, I was like, it's going to be ready. I said, get ready. It's going to be a big winter.
I get to finally use my snowblower.
Use your snowblower. But we're still talking about hurricanes, guys. Look at this very active Atlantic basin. We now have Tropical Storm Jose that is on the right side of your screen. It's not going to do much. It's staying well out to sea. That was 11, so that is now Tropical Storm Jose, our 10th named storm of the hurricane season. We still have Idalia, and we still have Hurricane Franklin with 100-mile-an-hour winds. Now, Franklin's still going to be the cause for the rough surf along the East Coast, and Idalia is also going to help out with that because it is just to the south of us right now. So we have another day down the ocean where we've got the dangerous rip currents and the high surf. Could see 5 to 7 foot waves. This goes until Thursday night there for Worcester County. So all of those areas there in blue with that beach hazard statement. So if you are heading to the ocean today, this is the day where it'll be the roughest. It should improve tomorrow. We thought today would be a little bit better, but we still have to deal with some of the dangerous rip currents. Those storms eventually will continue to move off toward the east. This is Idalia right there. We got flash flood warnings and tropical storm warnings there from Myrtle Beach all the way up toward New Bern, North Carolina. And this system still has 60-mile-an-hour winds. The cold front that came through yesterday that's allowing for our cool morning today is what's helping keeping these two big storms away from us and continuing to push Idalia out toward the south and to the east. And that's what's going on with the track right there. You can see that's going to be heading out to sea here by about 2 o'clock this afternoon with 60-mile-an-hour winds, and then still seeing the 50-mile-an-hour winds as it heads out toward Bermuda, and then kind of makes another left turn and heading right toward Bermuda actually by early next week. So that's the storm system that we're seeing there. Meanwhile, for us here at home, we have a lot of cloud cover, and this is about the only impacts from Idalia here locally. Excuse me, with some of those high, thin clouds. That's at upper level moisture that is in play, but we're not tracking any rain for us today. And as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, numbers here in the next couple of hours are staying mainly in the 60s. Overall, kind of a cool morning, but a breezy afternoon when you pick the kids up later today into the lower 80s. Golfers, good day to play some golf today. We're looking at upper 60s through 9 a.m. with mid to upper 70s through noon. Probably at least a one club win for you later this afternoon because that wind will stay with us. And high temperatures typically in the mid 80s this time of year. A lot of us not getting out of the 70s for Carroll and Baltimore counties. 80 in Towson today, 82 in Baltimore City. Numbers for you in Hartford and Cecil counties in the upper 70s as well for your afternoon. Great afternoon or evening to throw some meat and veggies on the grill and your grill cast. We're looking at numbers in the 80s through 5 p.m. and in the mid 70s in that 7 o'clock hour tonight. So here's a look at our future scan. Again, the drier air working in. Some of the high clouds from Idalia will be here today, but tomorrow we'll start off nice and cool, and then tomorrow afternoon also looking pretty good. Nice ridge of high pressure is going to be building in. So today, tomorrow, even Saturday is not looking too bad. Sunday is when we'll start to see more of that kind of humidity build and the temperatures really start climbing by Sunday afternoon, especially as we head toward Labor Day, which is coming up on Monday. Just 4 days away now on your holiday countdown. Ravens opener 10 days from right now. So that's when we'll have some actual real football here in Baltimore. And then 23 days from today is the autumnal equinox coming up with tomorrow. The meteorological autumn is what begins. So but look at that heat. 93 on Sunday, 97 Monday and Tuesday next week. So we are definitely not done with summer.
All right, I like the sound of that. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and a live look now from Maryland 32 in Howard County, where there is a police investigation going on. A Greyhound bus collided with a car near 95. One person was killed that we know, one person injured on the bus. Route 32 eastbound is currently closed at 95 in that direction, so just be aware if you're heading that way this morning. Let's get a check now with Mark Jones of the MTA. See what's happening with mass transit. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on Light Rail Lake, you'll find a delay. It's presently running about 20 minutes late. Allow time for travel there on that service. Metro Subway Link checking in on time, though, in both directions. No delays or issues there. And out on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 400 with a 10-minute delay. And Penn Train 511 and Camden 845, both running about 5 minutes late. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
City Council is responding to that after-action report into the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Just ahead, what mistakes they say cannot be excused.
Transportation issues leaving many students stranded in Howard County. How the superintendent is responding. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
With many schools in our area back in session, mental health is a major concern for students of all ages.
According to a 2021 study, more than 60% of college students meet the criteria for at least one mental health problem. The most common issue, feelings of isolation and depression.
Now, some experts say parents should support their children by listening, communicating, and then pushing them to get involved at school.
You need to make some connections. Some students do that very organically and naturally, and then there's some people who it takes a lot of time, but they just need to make one or two solid connections.
Experts also encourage students to be aware of the mental health resources provided at their schools.
Taking a look at what is happening today.
Mayor Brandon Scott will be joining the Baltimore City Health Department as it hosts its 8th annual International Overdose Awareness Day event.
The Maryland Cycling Classic kicking off its first day of events. Professional cyclists will visit elementary schools to discuss bike safety.
Temperatures will be below average under a mix of sun and high clouds. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when we could expect our next weather maker.
The Baltimore County Fire Department faces a vote of no confidence. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the allegations that the union is making. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly what it's going to feel like when the kids get on the bus and then when they get home off the bus.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with that forecast.
We're tracking cooler temperatures this morning and really not too bad for the afternoon when you pick them up. Looking outside right now from our Towson camera, we do have some cloud cover hanging around. Sun coming up here in just a little bit. We will definitely be cooler than yesterday. In fact, look at some of these numbers right now. 63 in Owings Mills, 64 Towson, over to Rosedale, same number for you. 68 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. And believe it or not, tomorrow morning we'll see about 4 or 5 degrees cooler than this. We'll be waking up in the 50s on Friday. A cooler Thursday Tuesday morning, though, a breezy afternoon ahead. We are definitely heating up for the weekend, talking about some record highs that we could be seeing early next week. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Your morning drive, no issues, mid to upper 60s over the next couple of hours. And on your snowball cast, I don't think they're really melting too badly today or tomorrow or even Saturday. But by Sunday and Monday, you're going to have to eat them quickly because that heat is coming back. And we'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. 6:31 now, and looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, a live look from Maryland 32 in Howard County, where there is a police investigation going on now. A Greyhound bus collided with a car near 95. One person was killed. No one was injured on the bus, but Route 32 eastbound is currently closed at I-95. Continuing coverage this morning on the after-action report from the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. We brought it to you as breaking news yesterday morning. The report highlights failures from city leadership before and after the tragedy.
Mayor Brandon Scott, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley, and other city leaders addressing the findings yesterday, saying that the shooting that killed 2 and injured 28 others was entirely preventable.
At least one Baltimore police unit was aware of the event 3 days in advance, but high-ranking officials who could have provided extra support did not know about the party until 20 minutes before the shooting. The report also highlights officer indifference as a serious concern.
In the wake of the Brooklyn Day after-action report, we're now hearing from city council members.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with their thoughts on the findings. Shannon.
Yeah, council members we spoke to, Patrice and Tom, described this report as shocking and disturbing. But there is growing debate over who should be held accountable. In fact, take a listen to the conversation that played out on talk radio just minutes after this report was released.
You're going to see a lot of officers are now going to look at this actual report and say, wow, you're putting this on me? The blame is now on me? From the guy that wants to reimagine public safety and defunded the police, now it's on me? We are for sure going to lose more officers.
Meanwhile, though, here at City Hall, those who oversee public safety in the city found the 173-page after-action report difficult to digest. It details the city's failed response to the largest mass shooting in this city's history. City Councilman Zeke Cohen says the report illustrates the deep divide that still exists between law enforcement and the community. He says the city's failure to maintain public safety cannot be excused. Councilman Mark Conway is also echoing that sentiment. Take a listen.
I think the lack of seriousness, was a little bit shocking in reading parts of the report that we saw from the police department.
It's a deeply disturbing report that demonstrates a level of indifference and, in some cases, contempt that officers showed toward those that they serve.
That's just not the proper way to address the issue, and I would expect that officers, and the department has a method for dealing with these issues going forward.
And council members say they still have unanswered questions about the chain of events in Brooklyn. And so they have scheduled a second public hearing for next month. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon, for our extensive coverage on the Brooklyn home shooting, the after-action report, and all of our previous reporting. You can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
6:35 now to a story you're seeing first here on Fox 45. The Baltimore County Fire Department faces a vote of no confidence.
Now, the vote comes as the fire union releases a report on widespread issues within the department, including poor morale and safety concerns. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with more on the rare union vote. Olivia?
Well, Tom, that's exactly right. The 16-page report was released following a rare vote of no confidence against the current leadership of the Baltimore County Fire Department. The report raising several concerns, including that a lack of training could be putting the firefighters and the public safety at risk.
It's concerning in that because the public may not always be in the best care that we could if we were doing additional training. I hope they just don't discount the vote of no confidence and just say, well, it doesn't mean anything. That would only lead to bigger problems.
Fire Chief Joanne Runn barely survived the vote, while union members overwhelmingly delivered a vote of no confidence against Assistant Chief Jennifer Utz and Deputy Chief Francis DePaula. According to Union President John Sabega, who you just heard from, there's room for changes to be made before a change in leadership is necessary, but he says improvements need to be made immediately. The allegations also include what the union is calling a, quote, toxic work environment with a lack of respect, trust, and consistency between chief officers and members. The report continues by saying chief officers were caught lying in discipline hearings and falsifying documents, as well as unsafe tactical decisions made by chief officers that have led to increased property damage and near misses to personnel. Current recruitment practices also raising concerns. The report claiming applicants who are not physically fit have been assisted and selected to make up numbers for diversity. Of course, in a job where physical fitness could cost lives. The thoroughness of background checks also called into question, with accusations that a convicted felon spent time on the force. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
I think the police pretty much dropped the ball for that community.
Baltimore City residents voicing their opinion on the after-action report on the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Topping our next half hour, we break down the report and how a mother of one of the victims is reacting.
If we help 1, 10, 20, 30 of them over the course of the year be stronger and go further and succeed, it's a win.
Baltimore City students recently completed a first-of-its-kind free summer learning program. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour. Project Baltimore has more on that program's plans for next summer, plus how it was all inspired by Fox 45 News reporting.
We're waking up cooler temperatures this morning. Just ahead, how your Labor Day weekend forecast is shaping up, and a hint, you want to find a pool. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. It's 6:40 now, and we want to show you the Lens Solar Traffic Network. A live look now from Maryland 32 in Howard County, where there is now a police investigation. A Greyhound bus colliding with a vehicle right near 95, and we were told it killed one person. We had originally said that there were no injuries to the bus, but that's incorrect. The driver of the Greyhound bus and 17 passengers were brought to area hospitals. Route 32 eastbound is currently closed at 95. Well, as students are heading back to school for their new school year, frustration building in Howard County because of transportation. Bus delays and cancellations leaving some students stranded during this first week of class.
Parents tell Fox 45 News that 20 bus routes were suddenly canceled late Monday night, and parents say they didn't find out until 11 p.m.
It's very unacceptable. We got the email saying that the route was canceled.
Finding out that the bus drivers did not practice the route, that is not a good representation of what we're dealing with.
Now, the school system says a new out-of-state bus company called Zoom does not have enough drivers to cover all the routes. And the superintendent says this is not a new issue in Howard County.
The last several years, having 95 to 105 vacancies every year is not acceptable either. So we wanted to implement a different delivery with a different contract that had access to a national body of individuals who could come in and support us as bus drivers.
The superintendent apologized for the issue, saying new drivers are being trained to restore the suspended routes and that there will be a thorough audit of the transportation office. Carjackings are on the rise in Baltimore, with many of the suspects being juveniles. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, a former police commissioner weighs in on why the laws on the books need to be changed.
Fox 45 News continues pressing for answers about the after-action report into the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Still ahead, the policy changes interim director of Monzi plans to make surrounding safe streets. 6:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Baltimore City releasing an after-action report on the Brooklyn Day Homes mass shooting, revealing the shooting could have been prevented. Olivia Dance is joining us live. Olivia, this report causing a lot of frustration.
Yeah, Tom, it really is creating a lot of frustration and concerns. The Baltimore Police Department behind me here admitting that they made mistakes. One key finding in this after-action report is that some officers appear to give little thought to potential public safety concerns before the gunfire erupted. The report reveals key issues with the police department, including staffing problems, decision-making, and communication. According to the report, there could have been other officers deployed to the Brooklyn Day block party, but they were never requested. The investigation also found that the police department knew about the Brooklyn Day block party 3 days before it happened, but at one point they said they didn't. The block party turned into Baltimore's biggest mass shooting, killing 2 people and injuring 28 others. One of the victims killed 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez. Now, coming up in about 15 minutes, hear from Aaliyah's mother and how she's responding to this report. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. There continue to be unanswered questions in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, even after the 173-page after-action report is released. Shannon Lilly joins us live now as we continue to look at the role that the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement played in this. Shannon.
Yeah, we are pushing the interim Monzi director, Patrice, for how Safe Streets responded that day and how they continue to respond to conflicts. That report details that Safe Streets knew about the block party at least 1 month before it happened, but they never communicated that to the city or to the police department. They also mediated several conflicts on the day of the actual shooting. They didn't communicate that either. And so Monzi leadership says changes are coming on that front. Stay with us because in 15 minutes, I'll detail what those changes are and when we could see them take effect. Now back to you.
All right, thanks, Shannon. 6:47 is your time right now with our Weather Authority forecast. Still very active in the Atlantic Hurricane Basin, or the Atlantic Basin, for our hurricane season with Tropical Storm Idalia. We've got Hurricane Franklin and now Tropical Storm Jose. Jose will not be an issue. We'll stay mainly out to sea, and we still have to deal with Idalia and Franklin and the surf and the rip currents that are going to be potentially dangerous, especially for some who are heading down the ocean. And we know that Labor Day weekend is right around the corner, maybe getting a jump on that here this weekend or today. This is where we have that beach hazard statement. So again, dangerous rip currents, want to stay out of the water today. Hopefully by tomorrow it looks to improve, and that's what all of the indications are, especially as the storm system moves out of here. So we still have tropical storm warnings and flash flood warnings from Idalia right there, with the center just north of Myrtle Beach and bringing a lot of wind and rain all the way up toward Virginia Beach, which is just on the very mouth of the Chesapeake. But we had that cold front that came through last night, and basically it's a stationary front right now, but it is keeping those 2 big storms away from us here in the mid-Atlantic. Here's the track on Idalia, continuing to track out toward the ocean and away from us here into that 2 o'clock hour this afternoon, and then really making a run all the way down toward Bermuda by the time we get into the second half of the weekend and into early next week. As for us here at home, we've got our Towson camera right here. Notice those flags that are flapping around just a little bit. So we are seeing the breezy conditions right now, and we'll continue to see that wind stay with us through the day today. 67 your current temperature in Towson, that dew point at 56 degrees. And we're going to see dew point temperatures in the pleasant and comfortable category for the next 3 days. Sunday and Monday, you'll start to get more of that humidity, and then that heat is really going to start to build in as well. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, talking about numbers this morning that are mainly in the 60s, 70s by noontime and recess, and we'll be in the lower 80s here for the later part of the afternoon. So when you pick them up, no issues, and still 5 days left for a lot of kids in Carroll, Cecil, Caroline, and Kent County. You go back to school Tuesday next week, right after Labor Day. So 85 is where we typically are for August 31st. A lot of us won't even get out of the 70s. Mid to upper 70s and lower 80s for your highs today. And if you are heading down the ocean, again, watch for those rip currents today. But Friday and Saturday, weather looks great, especially as we head toward Labor Day weekend. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. 84 tomorrow, even though we're waking up in the 50s and 60s. Back to the mid 80s on Saturday. And then those 90s come right back. And look at Monday and Tuesday. We're talking upper 90s, could be breaking records for Labor Day. And we keep that heat for most of the first part of next week.
Well, trending now, the Ravens' new rookie wide receiver, Zay Flowers, shocks his teammates about his new deal with the team.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark joins us live in studio with their reaction. Mark.
That's right. Baltimore Ravens rookie wide receiver Zay Flowers sure knows how to bring down the house, baby. Now, during a recent team meeting, Flowers introduced himself to his fellow teammates by saying who he was, where he went to school, but what had people on the floor literally was his signing bonus reveal. Check this out.
Zay Flowers, Boston College, $7 million.
Pretty much all you have to say. What's your reaction to a signing bonus, guys? I mean, this is a rookie with $7 million in the bank, baby.
Right away.
I'd be on the floor.
Yeah.
Yep, agreed. I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
One of you all told me you had a signing bonus of $7 million. I wouldn't be on the floor. I'd be running upstairs.
I got an announcement. Nope.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm on my way to the...
That's cute. Clearly proud and excited. And here we go.
awesome.
It's about game
I
time.
don't even know what a signing bonus is in the news industry. I'm trying to figure that out. I gotta Google signing bonus.
Well, it's usually like 20, 30 for news, but you know.
Yeah.
Million.
Yeah.
You guys are funny. It's like you guys are speechless. I love this. I think let's get the money out of the way. So now I got the money. Okay, Zay. Now the ball's in your court. You know what I mean? Imagine how does that feel to not have to worry about, well, if I do get my knee blown out or I do get my head chopped off, I got $7 million in the bank. Must be amazing.
Well,
Must
good for
be.
them. And
Yeah,
we're
that's
excited.
great.
We're ready for the season.
You can explore the sizzle and smoke of outlaw barbecue. Still ahead in our hometown hotspot. Wait, Mark Clark's in studio. What's going on here?
I know.
It's got something to do with food.
You're missing the food, Mark.
The history behind the restaurant and the foods that you can try when you visit.
Yeah, I like it. Get ready for a festival that will pickle your interest. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, where you can dive into the world of pickle-themed foods.
Okay, well, one food, I don't think we'll ever have that, or really one drink in it, right? Hopefully not.
I can't imagine a pickle and coffee combination.
No. Let's just go for a straight coffee break. Well, making your headlines, quiet quitting is the latest workplace buzzword.
It's leaving some workers a little bit nervous about their futures at their companies.
Angela Brown with our national desk explains.
Layoffs are down, but companies are still cutting in ways you may not notice. They're reassigning employees to positions they're having a hard time filling. Some are calling it quiet cutting.
A flurry of headlines touting the latest workplace shakeup, quiet cutting. Career specialist Julie Balke says companies are moving employees around like pieces on a board game.
We have maybe positions that we don't need as much anymore. Maybe we have other positions that we need more. And so we're going to think of like a chessboard. We're going to start moving people around.
The Wall Street Journal bringing quiet cutting to life. Employees say they get a phone call, an email saying their jobs have been reassigned. Take it or leave it.
Employees I talked to had a range of emotions when they got those memos. They were either, relieved that they still had a job, but on the other side, they were angry and confused, and they felt like the new job they had was either, lower status or lower pay or more responsibilities or something that they didn't even have experience in.
Mentions of reassignment or similar terms during company earnings calls more than tripled between last August and this month, according to data from AlphaSense, a financial research platform published in the Wall Street Journal.
Employers are doing this because they know employment is still at 3.5%. We'd rather keep the people we know are decent people and try to repurpose their skills elsewhere.
In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
The Biden administration is proposing a rule that would require employers to pay overtime to white-collar workers making less than $55,000 a year.
Now, that's up from the current threshold of $35,000, which has been in place since 2019.
Labor advocates and liberal lawmakers have long pushed for an expansion of overtime protections.
The new rule would have the biggest impact on the retail, food, hospitality, and manufacturing industries.
That's why Joe is fighting for unions, so that workers can fight for what they need. Better pay, safer working conditions, flexibility, and health care.
First Lady Joe Biden showing her support for labor unions in Chicago. This comes as a new survey shows 67% of Americans approve of labor unions.
Now, that's down just slightly from 71% last year. Even still, according to Gallup, support for unions has been rising since 2009.
The poll comes amid some major strikes this year. Results from Gallup show Americans sympathize more with the television and film writers than with production studios, with 72% siding with writers.
3 in 4 Americans also side with the United Auto Workers in their negotiations with U.S. auto companies.
6:58 now. All right, this next story out of Nebraska, just one you have to see to believe.
Police pulled over a driver with an unusual passenger, to say the least. A full-size Watusi bull named Howdy Doody.
What? Exactly.
There you go.
What? The police responded to a call of a man. He's just driving down the street with that. The bull was in the how's the bull in the passenger seat?
He modified his car. Look at the windshield.
The driver was immediately pulled over, and police performed. That's not a routine traffic stop, though.
No, that is not routine. The occupant of the vehicle, identified as Lee Meyer. Meyer and Howdy Doody are now safe at home, and no one was hurt, and they had a little talking to with Lee.
Why didn't you show up? Why didn't you show up to protect these people?
An after-action report on July's mass shooting reveals Baltimore City agencies failed to protect. We questioned the agencies involved and pressed leaders on their commitment to improve public safety in the city.
Cleanup begins from Hurricane Idalia in Florida. Straight ahead from our live center, the damage people are waking up to as this storm now rages through the Carolinas.
Our temperatures are cooler and we're a bit drier today, too. We'll take a look at how long these nice conditions hang around.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, August 31st. Goodbye, August. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and it does feel like September today, but meteorologist Justin Chambers says this holiday weekend, it's going to feel more like July.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're going to get a whole bunch of different seasons basically in the course of a few days. Looking right outside right now, things are not looking too bad. We'll take a live picture here and show you what's going on from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. You can see over there at Federal Hill with the flag that is flapping around in the breeze. And yeah, that breeze bringing in the drier and cooler air. How about mid-50s for Western Maryland right now? 60 in Hagerstown, 63 in Westminster and Bel Air, 67 your temp in Baltimore City. It's 60, that's it, in Elkton this morning. So a cooler Thursday morning. We'll see breezy conditions throughout the afternoon, but we're definitely heating up for the weekend. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Get those windows down this morning as you head out to work or school. And temperatures here today, upper 70s and lower 80s across the area. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. A live look now from Maryland 32 in Howard County. And there's now a police investigation because of a deadly accident. A Greyhound bus colliding with a car right near 95, killing one person. The driver of the Greyhound bus and 17 passengers were brought to local hospitals. Route 32 eastbound currently closed right at 95.
You know, you hear stories about the commissioner saying that they didn't know about it until a couple days before. When I got there that night, that's the same story they told me. The night my daughter was shot, that's the same thing they said. The very first thing they said is, we didn't know about it until earlier today. And I said to my husband, then they're lying. And then come to find out this is a block party that's been going on for over 2 decades. There's no way that you didn't know about it.
Continuing coverage this morning, city officials finally released detailed reports surrounding their actions leading up to, during, and after the worst mass shooting in Baltimore's history. It's been nearly 2 months since 2 people were killed and 28 others injured at a block party in the Brooklyn Homes neighborhood this morning. Fox 45 is looking into the after action report from 3 city agencies: the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Housing Authority of Baltimore City, and the Baltimore Police Department.
Now, the report shows some officers knew about the block party 3 days before it happened, but didn't do anything about it. Only one officer was stationed at Brooklyn or in Brooklyn at the time of the shooting. Several other officers were in the area and could have been called, but were never requested. The report cites communication and decisions-making failures from the Southern District Command, and as a result, many people were served with charging papers, and the district major has been reassigned.
When it comes to the investigation, no one has been arrested for the murder of the 2 people during the shooting. The reward now $88,000. Police also released body camera footage from the shooting, but the report is raising concerns over a lack of even more body-worn camera footage, saying it's a potential policy violation.
We know we made mistakes. It was important that our after-action report not only mentioned those mistakes, highlighted those mistakes and the shortcomings, but also provides recommendations to improve and learn from.
The only way that we can begin to heal the trauma is to begin by focusing on accountability.
Well, in the 60 days since this shooting, city leaders have only spent about an hour and 45 minutes across 3 news conferences addressing it for the public. In that time, reporters have had about an hour to ask questions. At those 3 conferences, reporters from all local and some national outlets only had the chance to ask about 55 questions.
This morning, we have live team coverage on the report as Fox 45 pushes for more transparency at every level.
In just a few minutes, Shen Lilly will be joining us live with a push for answers from Monzi's interim director. For more information.
But we begin with Olivia Dance. She has more on the frustration from community members, including the mother of one of the victims who was killed that night, as many are still searching for answers. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the Baltimore Police Department behind me here is admitting that they made some mistakes. One key finding in this after-action report is that some officers appeared to give little thought to potential public safety concerns before the gunfire erupted. And across the city, residents are now reacting to that report. Take a listen to what they said.
It's incredibly disappointing to hear that. There's no other reaction that you can have.
All them people, more than 100 people was there, and no type of police activity was called at all.
The report reveals key issues with the police department, including staffing problems, decision-making, and communication. According to the report, there could have been other officers deployed to the Brooklyn Day block party, but they were never requested. The investigation also found that the police department knew about the Brooklyn Day block party 3 days before it happened, but at one point they said they didn't. The block party turned into Baltimore's biggest mass shooting, killing 2 people and injuring 28 others. One of the victims killed 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, and no one is taking the report more seriously than Aaliyah's mother, Crystal Gonzalez. The report only reignites the hurt of her painful loss.
I nurtured her entire life, and I raised her great. I feel like we did a great job. I told my husband that before the shooting. I looked back after she graduated. I said, we did a good job, babe. I don't get to see her married. I don't get to see her starting a family. I don't get to see any of that. It's so hard for me to understand that at 18, that's it, no more. That's all you get.
Now, Mrs. Gonzalez hasn't said what's next for her, but she said that the heartbreak she feels won't stop her from holding those responsible who, quote, dropped the ball that led to her daughter's death. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. When Gonzalez addressed the mayor and acting police commissioner, she brought up the calls for backup heard over the police scanner. Take a listen.
All I know is that I listened to the transcripts, I read them, and I heard police officers said this is a job for the National Guard. No one responded.
Yep.
I had people from that community almost begging the police to come there. No one responded.
Those comments are in response to the 911 dispatch audio from the night of the shooting, saying the situation might have needed a National Guard response.
And I have an armed person call at 819 Gretna Court. Hundreds of males and females are armed with guns and knives at the location.
You might have to redirect that call to the National Guard then.
While BPD admits failures, we haven't seen the same level of accountability from the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Monzi confirms that Safe Street employees mediated 5 incidents said to involve guns on the night of the shooting, but stopped short of addressing where those incidents took place or how they related to the shooting. Fox 45 News is questioning the interim Monzi director for more information regarding the group's role, including how Safe Streets responded to conflicts the day of that mass shooting. Shannon Lilly continues our live team coverage this morning with what we're learning. Shannon.
Yeah, this after-action report, Patrice, confirms what we have been reporting all along. But there are still several unanswered questions about how Safe Streets operates and what's expected of these violence interrupters. What we are learning specifically in regards to Brooklyn Day, we're going to put right here on your screen. Take a look. Safe Streets knew of tentative plans for the block party at least 1 month before the event. And by the end of June, they learned the block party was indeed happening on July 1st. That information, though, was never communicated to anyone inside City Hall or Baltimore police. Right now, the Safe Streets workers don't have policies in place for notifying anyone of a potential threat. Monzi says the 5 conflicts mediated by Safe Streets workers prior to the shooting did involve some weapons, but were not out of the norm of their daily course of duty. Now, we asked Monzi's interim director where those mediations took place and if there is any indication that those people involved in the mediations were either victims or suspects in the shooting. Here's her response.
I can't say whether these incidents involved victims or suspects in the incident, but what I can say is that from thorough conversations with our staff, these incidents were considered mediated, and so there was not an indication that this was a scene that was about to boil over.
Meanwhile, we do know changes to reporting policies for Safe Streets workers are now in the works. Like when an event has more than 50 people in a Safe Streets zone, if there are known groups who have had previous issues at the event, or if there's a suspicion of people with multiple weapons in one place, like at the Brooklyn Day event.
We want to make sure that we're able, moving forward, to have very strong intelligence between Safe Streets and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement so that we have the proper situational awareness.
Now, when that will happen, though, still remains in question. Monzi leadership says they hope to and plan to implement those changes within the coming weeks. So, of course, we'll continue to follow up to see if that is the case. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
New this morning, the Baltimore Police Department plans to hold a news conference this afternoon on recent arrests. Now, we don't know what the arrests are related to, but it starts at noon at the Police Department atrium. Acting Commissioner Richard Worley, Mayor Brandon Scott, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, and officials with the ATF and FBI will also be there.
Right now, people across Florida, Georgia, and parts of Carolina is waking up to flooding and power outages from Idalia.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen with more on where the storm is tracking this morning. Megan.
Yeah, guys, taking you back live to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where now Tropical Storm Idalia just passed through this area. You can actually see the rain has stopped. We've got someone out there walking along the beach here in what appears to be a clearing of the clouds there right now. Let's go ahead and take a live look from our HD Weather Authority radar. Again, you can see Idalia impacting the Carolinas right now, moving north of Myrtle Beach here at this hour. And then, guys, expected to reemerge into the Atlantic later this morning here after leaving a path of destruction, though. A lot of folks feeling it. This video really telling this story. You can see just how treacherous the roads were. Like this car, look at that, went right into a sinkhole. This was in South Carolina. Nothing seems to compare to this moment, though. Watch closely. A car driving in bad visibility when that happens. Unbelievable. The winds literally picking up the car in front of them and flipping it across the roadway and onto another car. Just one of several heart-stopping moments caught on camera here, showing how powerful this storm was. Another one here, this family watching their trees fall. They were actually inside their home in Perry, Florida, the very moment a tree fell onto it. Listen in.
Oh my gosh. No! Oh. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Hey, it's okay.
It's dark, but actually part of the roof actually came down there. And then you've got this. Several communities in Florida hit the hardest, now dealing with the aftermath of damage and down power lines, creating dangerous situations like this house fire that you see there just raging in the midst of a lot of flooding there. At this hour, Idalia is being blamed for at least 2 deaths. There was one in Florida and also one in Georgia. We're going to have much more from our live center as this storm moves out to sea here later this morning. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines at this hour. Creating a brighter future for Maryland students. A look at Sylvan Learning's free tutoring program inspired by Fox 45 News Project Baltimore report.
City agencies falling short when it comes to keeping Baltimoreans safe. After the break, we're taking a deeper look into the 173-page report detailing a major breakdown in communication the night of the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. 7:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:15 now. A 173-page report details what happened the night of the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. It shows the breakdown in communication and action on the part of the Baltimore Police Department and other government agencies. And it lists recommendations to keep it from happening again. Mayor Brandon Scott said Baltimore City government agencies and counterparts fell short on our promise to residents, and we will do everything in our power to ensure that those mistakes are not repeated. Euripsy Morgan, spokesperson for the community group Peace, is joining us with a look at the report. Good morning, Euripsy.
Good morning.
So the report details things that went wrong, a lot that we already knew, and that started 3 days before the event when officers first saw that it was happening and no one followed up. And then the day of, they saw it being set up, they saw the crowd growing and still did nothing. How assured should residents be about what the mayor is saying about making sure it doesn't happen again when it sounds like some basic things were not done that day?
Look, I think that's the most troubling aspect, is that when you look at that report, it's just like you said, it's the basic things that weren't done. It wasn't like, there was some, crazy thing that they were asked to do. These are basic steps that needed to be done, and they weren't. But I will say that the report is clear on those things where they failed, where the police department failed. The police department seems to be in the same understanding that they have a lot of work to do. And there seems to be some, at least, agreement there. And that, I think, is good for residents.
How do you change indifference? Because according to the report, command officers said, and I'm looking at it exactly, yeah, we're not going into that crowd. Also, monitor only, don't get drawn in and become a target. Should we look at that as police have to protect themselves as well? Or is that the indifference that was referred to in the report, that police had a disregard for the safety of people in that community and they just didn't do their job?
I honestly think that it's a combination of the two, and I think it's probably a result of what we've seen over the last 8 years, 7 years, particularly when it comes to policing, especially in Baltimore after the death of Freddie Gray. And then we had the former state's attorney who seemed to be very antagonistic to the police department. And I think we're seeing some of that hesitation that way. But, there's a new sheriff in town, literally. We have a new state's attorney, and rebuilding that relationship and confidence in the community is critical. But what I will say is also critical is the transparency. We also saw in that report that Safe Streets apparently didn't even have a protocol for when they would alert the police. And they're in that crowd mediating arguments and fights, and they didn't have a protocol for when to call the police. That seems crazy.
On the flip side of that, Monzi has said that we thought we mediated the issues that day. We didn't know that there was going to be further escalation, and that some of what we do, we don't go run to the police, because then that would, people wouldn't come to us to let us mediate then. So they're saying it's a fine line to walk there. Do you buy into that?
No, because this is an organization that put themselves in those positions, and they should have anticipated that at some point there may be the need to call in law enforcement. And I'll tell you this, our organization Peace is about holding elected officials accountable. We've gone to town halls in, I think, over half of the council districts now, and at no point have we heard that there is confidence in the Safe Streets program from any of the people at any of the town halls that we have attended or hosted ourselves. And that's greatly concerning.
How about confidence in getting some of these recommendations that came from the report implemented? Do you think that will happen?
It's something that we're going to discuss at our next town hall, and I do think that people are they've been waiting for this report to come out. They've been waiting to see, is there going to be an admittance of failure? And it certainly seems to have been. And then what are the next steps? Are people going to be confident in that? That's something that we'll definitely discuss in our next town hall.
All right, Euripsy Morgan, thank you.
Thank you.
Checking your forecast now and looking out over the Inner Harbor. Still some clouds kind of hanging around, but we definitely have seen cooler temperatures here this morning and a little bit less humidity. There's still some clouds hanging around. The wind has picked up a bit. We're going to keep the wind with us. We actually have a small craft advisory, so boaters and watermen just know that you need to be aware of those northeasterly gusts here, 10 to 20 knots, and could see some 1 to 2 foot waves. So just be aware of that later today. Even though it'll be a very nice afternoon to be on the water, you have to deal with that wind. 67 your temperature right now officially at BWI, and notice that dew point at 56 degrees. Dew point numbers will continue to drop as we go throughout the day. So our bus stop forecast, beep beep, as those kids get back to school here this morning, looking at numbers in the 60s this hour, mid to upper 70s through lunchtime and recess, and into the lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, and it will be a bit breezy at times. So cannonball! well if you want to jump in the pool or splash cast. Maybe the last weekend for a lot of pools being open as we get into Labor Day weekend. That UV index is high today. Now, today a great day to be by the pool, 70s and lower 80s. But as we get into the weekend, we're really going to start cranking up that heat. And we are just 23 days away from the autumnal equinox, the official first day of fall, whereas meteorological fall starts tomorrow, September, October, and November. So mid to upper 70s, that's what we're going to see for a lot of you here in Carroll and Baltimore counties. Typically mid 80s is where we are for the last day of August. Numbers staying in the 70s and 80s as well for Howard and Anne Arundel counties. We'll see those in Ellicott City, out through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, 78 in Odenton for your high this afternoon. And temperatures here, if you're heading down the ocean, lower 70s today and tomorrow, mid 70s Saturday. We do have that high surf and dangerous rip currents there today, so just be aware of that as those storms continue to churn in the Atlantic. But your sprinkler cast, get that watering done early or late. We are going to see a long dry stretch where we won't be talking about much rain at all. Idalia moving on. We get some of the high clouds today, but after that we'll dry out nicely. We'll have that nice ridge of high pressure that's going to settle in into Friday and Saturday. That's going to keep us dry. And again, we're not tracking any rain. All we're going to do is heat up as we get into that second half of the weekend. You may see a few more clouds here early Sunday morning, but other than that, not much happening. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Lower 80s today, mid 80s for Friday and Saturday. We'll wake up in the 50s and 60s tomorrow morning, but then 93 Sunday, 97 on Monday for Labor Day. We'll keep those temps climbing through the first part of next week.
Well, grab your picnic blanket and some fancy pearls because a very posh event happening this Sunday right here in Baltimore. Coming up at our 8 o'clock hour, what you can expect to check out at the Chicknick.
And good morning from Outlaw Barbecue in Hampstead. We'll let you know exactly how this place got started and what you can enjoy here in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
From their slow-cooked beef brisket to their pork shoulder, this barbecue is so good, it's been outlawed.
And Amy Aronson is live at Outlaw Barbecue with what this restaurant is serving up. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have been here yet, but we're going to give you a little preview this morning. I'm here with Steve and Leah Rogers, who made quite a feast for us for breakfast early this morning, but everything smells awesome. So how'd you all get started here in Hampstead?
We moved to Hampstead in 2006. I was a police officer in Anne Arundel County at the time, and we moved up here, and we've loved Hampstead. We've been here ever since.
Okay, now where did the barbecue come from? Where did the recipes come from?
We had a competition barbecue team, and we traveled across the East Coast for a long time, and then we had a barbecue equipment company, which we eventually turned into a restaurant.
Okay, that's awesome. And you prepared quite the spread for us early this morning. So, Leah, I know you were working on getting some of the stuff on the table here. What are we looking at exactly?
Okay, so we have barbecue burritos, which are our most popular, which are these in the tinfoil. They have either brisket or pork.
They're massive.
Yeah, they're huge, and that's how we serve them here. So they're about 1.5 pounds. There's about 2 meals, or you can share it.
Okay.
There's cheese, there's barbecue sauce, our boom boom, our crispy onions, and our coleslaw that we make here in house. And then we also have our turkey sandwich, our pit beef, our ham sandwich, and that's the actual size of what they look like here in the restaurant.
Nice and big, right?
Yes, nice and big.
Okay, well, we can't wait to do some sampling, but we've got a lot planned for this morning because you also have the bakery across the street. So we're going to head over there, and they've also got a special, is it a burger coming up later this morning?
Special. We have our Graham burger, and Graham works for 45, and he created the burger, and we're going to have it at the 924 segment.
Okay, so hopefully we can get Graham out here by then to try his very own burger, but we'll see. We'll see. I know he's busy this morning. If you want more information on coming out to Outlaw Barbecue, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Tom, Patrice, have either of you been here yet or tried their barbecue?
No, but we need a burger, and we're on our way.
Yeah, come join with Graham. You got to bring Graham.
All right. And they have a bakery? That's the place to be. We are going to see more fall-like temperatures the next few days, but then we are bracing for a heat wave. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking that ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
After the break, latest test scores show Maryland students are still struggling in math. Project Baltimore looks at one program trying to help students improve and how it was inspired by our reporting. 7:28, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Somebody around here is pumped up.
Yeah.
I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, probably because he was out at the O's game yesterday afternoon and hobnobbing with some celebrities, getting all the treatments out there, right?
Maybe.
Well, we saw the guys from.
Right, those guys. They're like I was like, we're celebrities. They're not celebrities.
Yeah, we saw Rob,
the guys
Ed,
from
Jeremy,
the Big Bad Morning
Joe.
Show. That's right. We had a lot of fun, and unfortunately,
they had better seats.
Unfortunately, they did. Unfortunately, the O's lost, but it's all good, guys. We still won the series. We still a game and a half up in first place in the AL East, and they got a long road trip. They're going to be gone until September 11th. So a 9-game road trip for your Baltimore Orioles. Hopefully, they can take care of business out west and up in Boston. Downtown Baltimore right now, we're seeing a little bit more sunshine with that cloud cover that was around earlier this morning. And if you're a boater or a waterman, I mentioned it earlier, Captain's Cats, a small craft advisory. That wind is no joke today. Northeast at 10 to 20 knots. Could see some stronger gusts and could see 2 to 3 foot waves. So just be aware of that if you're making your plans to be out on the water. Better day will be tomorrow, and we'll take a closer look at that in just a few minutes from right now.
Continuing coverage this morning on the after-action report from the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. We brought it to you as breaking news yesterday morning. Report highlighting failures from city leadership before and after the tragedy.
Mayor Brendan Scott, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley, and other city leaders addressed the findings yesterday, saying that the shooting that killed 2 and injured 28 others was entirely preventable. At least one Baltimore police unit was aware of the event 3 days in advance, but high-ranking officials who could have provided extra support did not know about the party until 20 minutes before the shooting. The report also highlights officer indifference as a serious concern.
City council members responding to the report, some describing it as shocking, disturbing, and difficult to digest, as the report details the city's failed response to the largest mass shooting in Baltimore's history, or even in Maryland's history. City Councilman Zeke Cohen says the report illustrates the deep divide that still exists between law enforcement and the community, and the city's failure to maintain public safety cannot be excused. Councilman Mark Conway is echoing that sentiment.
I think the lack of seriousness, was a little bit shocking in reading parts of the report that we saw from the police department.
It's a deeply disturbing report that demonstrates a level of indifference and, in some cases, contempt that officers showed toward those that they serve.
That's just not the proper way to address the issue, and I would expect that officers, and the department has a method for dealing with these issues going forward.
Council members say they still have unanswered questions about the chain of events in Brooklyn. They have scheduled a second public hearing next month.
For our extensive coverage on the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting, the after-action report, and all of our previous reporting, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The latest state test scores show Maryland students are still struggling in math. In Baltimore City, just 9.1% of 3rd through 8th graders scored proficient in math last school year. But as Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, to help, 60 students in Baltimore recently completed a first-of-its-kind free summer learning program inspired by a Fox 45 report.
You want Sprite?
Yeah.
Soda? Pizza.
Graduation cake?
Cake.
Are we allowed to get another piece?
Yeah. Memories.
Oh my God. Yes, I'm so proud of you.
This is the first ever graduating class of Sylvan Learning's first ever free summer learning program.
So the first 2 people I'm going to honor here today had perfect attendance. First off, Caden Thompson.
These students, like Caden Thompson, attended the University of Maryland, Baltimore location.
All right, congratulations.
In total, 60 students at 3 city locations signed up for the program, which ran 90 minutes a day, 4 days a week, for 5 weeks. All of it focused on math, and all of it at no cost.
It's a great program. I mean, Sylvan's reputation goes back years and years here in the Baltimore area.
Brian Pinkney is Caden's great uncle.
Tutoring, at no cost. You can't pass anything like that up. It's a great opportunity for him to learn math.
An opportunity inspired by one mother's desperate plea for help.
In Baltimore City,
You having a black child, a male child at that, is only 2 ways out. You're either gonna be dead or locked up. And I don't want that for my son.
Nichelle Watkins' son was in 4th grade last year at Johnston Square Elementary and very far behind in his education. Johnston Square was one of 23 schools that a Project Baltimore investigation found had 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math in 2022. When we first interviewed Watkins in February, she needed help.
Look around. I'm in public housing. I can't afford no $1,000 tutor from Sylvan, but that's what he needs, a tutor.
The enormity of the statistics you described could be something that is daunting or depressing, or you can build programs and begin to deliver in the community and invite families and help the kids.
Which is why Sylvan Learning and the University of Maryland did. The university provided the space. Sylvan provided the tutors. By the end of the program, each child received about $1,500 of tutoring for free. The goal is to prepare the students for the start of the school year.
6 times 3 is 6, 12, 18.
By limiting summer learning loss.
879 times 4. Yes.
And ensuring that love for learning.
So that's 0 right here.
Does not take 3 months off.
If we help 1, 10, 20, 30 of them over the course of the year be stronger and go further and succeed, it's a win.
Sylvan Learning told FOX45 the program's success has inspired them to expand to more Baltimore locations next summer. The idea may even be duplicated in other cities.
Hey, do we get it?
How'd he do? Oh, he loves the program, and he doesn't complain. So I know he's involved in learning and likes it.
If they offer this program again, would you sign up again?
Right now, we'd sign up. Yes, we would.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Great job. Now grab your cake.
Florida's Gulf is waking up to clearing out debris and damage this morning. After the break, we'll get a live report from Gainesville on the recovery efforts after Hurricane Idalia. It may be the final day of August, but fall temperatures will be here before you know it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we can see temperatures in the 50s in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:40 and all eyes were on Florida's Gulf Coast yesterday as Hurricane Idalia made landfall in the Big Bend region as a Category 3 with wind speeds of up to 125 miles per hour.
Danny Travis with our Sinclair sister station in West Palm Beach has been covering Idalia. She has a first-hand look at the storm damage. Good morning.
Yes, and good morning to you guys. We are live here in Gainesville again, only because the almost 2-hour drive back to those harder hit areas in the northwestern part of Florida was just not safe for our crews to be traveling this morning. And I'll show you why here in a second. But the damage and severity we saw yesterday, people tell me that they're just thankful it wasn't worse.
That's the only word I really got for it is catastrophic. And this one is just too crazy for such a small town.
I mean, what can I do about it? I'm gonna fix up and stay.
So as you just heard there, residents were again just grateful that it wasn't worse. But some of the damage we saw yesterday, you guys, there was a lot. There were massive trees down in the road, bringing down power lines and fences. Again, it was a 2-hour drive, so you can imagine just one road full of just nothing but trees, down power lines, fences being damaged because of it, debris all over the road. But when you finally get to Perry, which was one of the hardest hit areas, there were just roofs literally in the road, holes in walls, and it was just a really, really sad scene. But it was great to see that the locals were in good spirits about it. And that is why we will be traveling back to the Big Bend region today in hopes to speak with these locals about their plans for the cleanup process. Reporting live in Gainesville, I'm Danny Travis.
Thank you, Danny. This is Danny from our Sinclair sister station in West Palm reporting out of Gainesville.
Baltimore police admitting they made mistakes in the after-action report on the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. Coming up next, the mother of one of the victims responds to that report.
Laws put in place to protect children getting in the way of prosecutors doing their jobs. What needs to happen in Maryland to get juvenile crime under control? Up next in this week's Fox Undercover. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. So far this year, more than 7,000 vehicles were stolen in Baltimore, with more than 300 at gunpoint. One suspect recently caught an 11-year-old who was caught and released 13 times since May. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner and current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Morning.
I know that we have talked about this here recently, youth crime and what to do about it. Now a lot of people are saying we need to have a special session, go back and rewrite the laws, while State Senator Joe Carter says, no, the laws aren't the issue. It's the way that they are being interpreted by either prosecutors or the police. They're not doing their part.
I agree. I think there's plenty of laws in the books. We don't need any more laws. They add them every year during session, never repeal any. They have plenty of laws in the books. They have to basically let the police do their job again, and the courts have to do their job, because the message is we don't take this very seriously. So why would you expect juveniles to?
The youth violence reform law, though, that act says that, you know, anybody that is underage cannot be charged as an adult, 13 and under. So you cannot be charged with any adult crimes. And that's what the officers are saying. They catch them stealing a car, and then they basically have to release them to their parents. In fact, some of them have been caught 3 times in one day stealing vehicles by police officers.
I know. It's a tremendous source of frustration for the police. I know this firsthand, but we've got to do something. I mean, you can't, because now this is getting younger and younger, and also they're getting more and more dangerous, because you've had people killed with stolen cars, like we had in Baltimore County, where the female police officer was killed. We've had one drive through a Royal Farms recently with a stolen car. I mean, I've just seen this firsthand, and they've got to do something. They've got to be a little more creative and get a grip on this.
Do you think adult criminals then are encouraging the younger, anybody that's a child, to actually commit crimes for them because they know they're not going to be held accountable?
Yes, it's been going on for a long time, especially in the drug game. They've been doing this, sure.
Well, then that's what exactly some of the state senators and delegates are trying to avoid. They're trying to say, no, we need to be harsher on it. In fact, we have state's attorneys across. According to Senator Reedy, he said there's state attorneys on both sides of the aisle that say, no, the Child Reform Act needs to be stopped because it's stopping people. It's tying the hands of police officers and prosecutors.
I agree. I mean, when you set any kind of bar like this, where it's an impossibility to charge anyone with a crime, you know, whatever the ruling is, you're opening the door for them to do exactly that, and that's why this is occurring, because they're not dumb. They know exactly what the law is.
Well, let's talk about this on the other side then. With this, what about the parents? Some people argue that if you put the responsibility on the parents and start holding the parents more accountable, they will start reporting their children as missing. And we've seen that recently. They'll call and they say they're missing, and then police are looking for missing children, not an Amber Alert, because the parents know that they're doing something that they're not supposed to be.
I mean, it's one way of going about it if you get around it, but a lot of these problems are occurring because they're on parents that are cognizant or at home. So a lot of this has to do with that. So it's very difficult to enforce.
Ed Norris, thank you.
Thanks.
We can always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
All right, well, it's 7:49 now, and we need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers in front of a beautiful shot there, waving to everybody at home.
Yeah, we had a good day yesterday. Tom was talking about it, hanging out with the Big Bad Morning Show there at 105.7. Had some fun at Miss Shirley's. Always great there, obviously. But you can see some of that blue sky that is out there now, even though we started off with cloud cover here earlier this morning. Still very active hurricane season. We're getting into August, September, the peak season, or the peak times for those hurricanes. Obviously, Idalia is what we're talking about, which is now a tropical storm. Hurricane Franklin still out there. A new storm has formed. It's called Tropical Storm Jose. So we've got 3 active named storms and another storm that is building over the Cape Verde Islands. Now, this is what we're talking about here at home, and still some of the rip currents could be in the dangerous category, and high tides from Franklin and Idalia on Ocean City's beaches and even up toward Rehoboth. So if you are heading to the beaches today, just know you're going to have some surf that's going to be high, because look how close this storm is. Some of the outer bands out through Virginia Beach, right at the mouth of the Chesapeake down there, we still have tropical storm and flash flood warnings as this system continues to bring a lot of rain to the Carolinas there, especially North and South Carolina. But we had that cold front, which is why we're cooler today, and that's kind of keeping those storms at bay and not letting them impact us here at home. And Idalia is just going to keep going out to sea over the next couple of hours, eventually making its way toward Bermuda as a tropical storm. Bringing it back here at home, nice morning, 67 next hour. Great day for lunch outdoors. In fact, today is National Eat Outside Day. Now, 77 by about noontime. It's going to be a bit breezy. Probably have to hang on to your napkins and your venues out there. Lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, however, should be a very nice afternoon. Some of us don't even get out of the 70s. Westminster, Cockeysville, Bel Air, you're going to feel that drier, cooler air, especially with that wind that is blowing in. And on your MoCast, got the green lights Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So if you want to get that grass cut, there is no rain in sight. We're going to be very dry, and we still are in a drought. We still have the below average we're still below average in terms of rainfall. We're not getting any rain anytime soon. So all of that moisture from Idalia moving out. We'll continue to see drier conditions for Friday, Saturday, basically all the way into the weekend, and for the extended period, not tracking really any rain at all. Shout out to Debbie Reeves, who sent this picture in of Tucker. That is a sweet puppy, just smiling right there. Thank you so much, Debbie. I love those pet pics. Keep them coming, y'all. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. By the way, soon we'll be doing Halloween pet pics. Today's August 31st, guys. I'm just saying, don't yell at me. It's 2 months from today is October 31st, so we'll be looking for those Halloween pet pics pretty quick. Keep her mic down. Mid-80s on Friday and Saturday, back to the lower 90s on Sunday. And then look at that, guys. We are heating up Monday and Tuesday. We're back to the upper 90s. So don't worry, Patrice. There's plenty of summer still to come.
You can't shut me up, though, by the way. I was going to come over and talk into your mic. All right. Well, there is a festival coming to Baltimore, and we have to say it's a pretty big deal. In our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to tell you more about the event that will hopefully pickle your fancy.
She's not a regular mom, she's a cool mom. Why one mother says she'll fund her son's expenses so he doesn't have to get a job.
Oh, is she looking to adopt?
I know.
Because I'm looking for somebody to fund my next cup of coffee.
And they're getting pricey too.
I'm not even.
Enjoy your next coffee break.
Not even a lot.
7:55 and trending now. One mother refuses to let her teenage son get a job, saying that she will fund his existence instead.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark joins us live in studio with her reasoning.
That's right, Tom. As you mentioned, she's not a regular mom. She's a cool mom. Esther Boyd refuses to let her 15-year-old son get a job because he should, quote, do what he wants while he still has time as a kid. She says it's because she's been working since she was 14 and doesn't want her son to do the same. She also says her son will be able to get job experience his entire life. Esther admits she gives her son money for things he wants, but acknowledges her privilege to be able to do so. Oh, do you agree with the reasoning, guys? You know, we're all parents. You like this? My kids are now out of the teen thing. My youngest worked a lot. My other two did not. What do you guys say?
I see your point.
As a teen, I'm not gonna make that a requirement.
Right.
And especially during school, if you don't have to,
That's
I think
their
you
job.
should focus on
Yeah.
school and being a kid. So I'm not against that.
I tell my kids, look, school is your job right now. And then when you're not in school, I have a whole lot of jobs for you to do. Some of them you can get money for, and most you cannot.
So summer they can work. I worked during the summer.
Yeah, my kids worked all summer long.
Yeah, I worked during the summer. I used
My
to
son's
go to my
bank
mom's
account
job.
looks really good right now. I was looking at it. I'm like, hey, can I borrow some of that?
So I'm not mad at that. I was thinking this might have gone a different direction, but a teenager, I get that. I'm okay.
I was
with
always
that.
grades first, but you're right.
Exactly. All right. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. We'll see more fall-like temperatures the next few days, but then we brace ourselves for a heat wave. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking that ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And we started the morning with some barbecue at Outlaw Barbecue. Now we're across the street at Rocco's Bakery. We'll show you what they're serving up here. And we're actually going to dive into what goes into this massive Italian sub in just about 20 minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, August 31st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. This is it. Last day of August.
I know.
Can't believe it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here is kind of feeling fall-like today, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
It does, although you say tomorrow is meteorological fall, but still feels too early.
Yeah, absolutely. And 4 months from today, New Year's Eve. So think about that. Yeah, I'm just telling you. All right, you're looking outside right now. Good morning to all of you. And we have our Mile One Auto Group cam here in Towson, looking over toward the Towson Town Center. Now, notice those flags on your screen right there. And yeah, that wind has been with us this morning. We're seeing a mix of clouds and sun right now. Our temps are not too bad. In fact, look at some of these lower 60s in Owings Mills and Cockeysville up in the Hunt Valley, 65 in Joppatown and Rosedale, also 65 for you in Brooklyn Park. So you're out and about, Cass. We'll see those numbers climb to the upper 60s next hour. Overall, a lot of us stay in the 70s for the afternoon with that drier air in place. Some of us sneaking right to about 82 for our high. That's the number we're going for the afternoon high today. That'll be about 7 degrees cooler than where we were yesterday. Now, tomorrow morning, going to be even cooler. We'll look at that as well as the heat coming back for the weekend. All of that in a few minutes from right now.
All right, looks good, Justin. Thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network now this morning, we are seeing some backups near the Harbor Tunnel. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. We've got, you can see on the image there, top left-hand screen, make it a little larger so you can see they're not moving there at this point. The map indicating the significant delays there in red. Avoid this area if you can. Community frustration building as city officials finally released some detailed reports surrounding their actions leading up to, during, and after the worst mass shooting in Baltimore's history.
It has been nearly 2 months since the shooting. This morning, Fox 45 News is looking into the after-action report from 3 city organizations: the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Housing Authority of Baltimore City, and the Baltimore Police Department.
The report shows some officers knew about the Brooklyn Day block party 3 days before it happened, but didn't do anything about it. Only one officer was stationed in Brooklyn at the time of the shooting. Several other officers were in the area and could have been called, but were never questioned. The report cites communication and decision-making failures from the Southern District Command as a result. Many people were served with charging papers, and the district major has been reassigned. Now, when it comes to the investigation, no one has been arrested for the murder of 2 people during the shooting. The reward now at $88,000. Police also releasing body cam footage from the shooting. The report raising concerns over a lack of body-worn camera footage, saying it's a potential policy violation.
We know we made mistakes. It was important that our after-action report not only mentioned those mistakes, highlighted those mistakes and the shortcomings, but also provides recommendations to improve and learn from.
The only way that we can begin to heal the trauma is to begin by focusing on accountability.
In the 60 days since the shooting, city leaders have only spent about 1 hour and 45 minutes across 3 news conferences addressing it for the public. In that time, reporters have had about 1 hour to ask questions. At those 3 news conferences, reporters from local and some national outlets only had the chance to ask about 55 questions.
This morning, we have live team coverage on this report as Fox 45 News pushes for more transparency at every level.
We begin with Olivia Dance. She has more on the frustration from people who live in the area, including the mother of one of the victims who died that night. Olivia?
Well, Megan and Patrice, the Baltimore Police Department just behind me here is now admitting that they made mistakes. One key finding in this after-action report is that some officers appeared to give little thought to potential public safety concerns before the gunfire erupted. Now, across the city, residents are reacting to this report. Take a listen to what they said.
It's incredibly disappointing to hear that. There's no other reaction that you can have.
All them people, more than 100 people was there, and no type of police activity was called at all.
The report reveals key issues with the police department, including staffing problems, decision-making, and communication. According to the report, there could have been other officers deployed to the Brooklyn Day block party, but they were never requested. The investigation also found that the police department knew about the Brooklyn Day block party 3 days before it happened, but at one point they said they didn't. The block party turned into Baltimore's biggest mass shooting, killing 2 people and injuring 28 others. One of the victims killed 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, and no one is taking the report more seriously than Aaliyah's mother, Crystal Gonzalez. The report only reignites the hurt of her painful loss.
I nurtured her entire life, and I raised her great. I feel like we did a great job. I told my husband that before the shooting. I looked back after she graduated. I said, we did a good job, babe. I don't get to see her married. I don't get to see her starting a family. I don't get to see any of that. It's so hard for me to understand that at 18, that's it, no more. That's all you get.
Now, Mrs. Gonzalez hasn't said what's next for her, but she says that the heartbreak that she feels won't stop her from holding those responsible who, quote, dropped the ball that led to her daughter's death. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
BPD admits failures. We have not seen the same level of accountability from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Monzi confirms Safe Streets employees mediated 5 incidents said to involve guns on the night of the shooting, but stopped short of addressing where those incidents took place or how they related to the mass shooting.
Fox 45 News is questioning the interim Monzi director for more information regarding the group's role, including how Safe Streets responded to conflicts the day of the shooting. Shannon Lilly continuing our live team coverage now this morning with what we're learning. Shannon.
Well, this after-action report, Megan, confirms what we have been reporting all along, but there are still several unanswered questions when it comes to how Safe Streets operates and what's expected of these violence interrupters. What we're learning specifically in regards to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, we're going to put right here on your screen. Take a look. We're learning that Safe Streets knew of tentative plans for the block party at least 1 month before the event, and by the end of June, they learned the block party was happening on July 1st. That information, though, was never communicated to anyone inside City Hall or Baltimore police. Right now, the Safe Streets workers don't have policies in place for notifying anyone of a potential threat. Monzi says the 5 conflicts mediated by Safe Streets workers prior to the shooting sometimes did involve weapons and were not out of the norm of their daily course of duty. Now, we asked Monzi's interim director where those mediations took place and if there is any indication that those people involved in the mediations were either victims or suspects in the shooting. Here's her response.
I can't say whether these incidents involved victims or suspects in the incident, but what I can say is that from thorough conversations with our staff, these incidents were considered mediated, and so there was not an indication that this was a scene that was about to boil over.
Meanwhile, we do know that changes to reporting policies for Safe Streets workers are now in the works. Like when an event has more than 50 people in a Safe Streets zone, if there are known groups who have had previous issues at the event, or if there's a suspicion of people with multiple weapons in one place, like at the Brooklyn Day event.
We want to make sure that we're able, moving forward, to have very strong intelligence between Safe Streets and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement so that we have the proper situational awareness.
Now, when that will happen still remains the question. Monzi leadership says they hope to implement those changes within the coming weeks. Of course, we'll continue to follow up to see if that is the case. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
City Council members are reacting to the Brooklyn Day After Action report. Topping our next half hour, we continue our coverage on that report and why they say there is still a deep divide between law enforcement and the community.
And a vote of no confidence held within the Baltimore County Fire Department. Still ahead, a closer look at the problems some say led to the vote and how the department will move forward. 8:09 now on Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
8:12 is your time right now on your Thursday morning. It is Friday Eve, friends, and we're talking about temperatures that are not too bad when you step outside. You can see some of that sun. Also, that flag on Fed Hill and the Rusty Scupper flipping around just a little bit with that wind that is going to stay with us through most of the day. That means boaters and watermen, there is a small craft advisory through most of the day into the evening. We're talking northeast wind at 10 to 20 knots and even could see some stronger gusts with those waves at 2 to 3 feet. So be careful if you are heading out there on the water. 82 today, mid-80s tomorrow and Saturday, but then those numbers are going to sneak back into the 90s and really starting to heat up into early next week. We'll take a look at that coming up for you in our full Weather Authority forecast in just a few.
All right, sounds good, Justin. Thank you. Southwest Airlines pilots uniting from coast to coast. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, the strike happening at BWI.
If we help 1, 10, 20, 30 of them over the course of the year be stronger and go further and succeed, it's a win.
Baltimore City students recently completed a first-of-its-kind free summer learning program. Still ahead, the program's plans for next summer, plus how it was all inspired by Fox 45 News reporting. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
I can't be any more honest than to tell you we made mistakes and we'll fix them.
City leaders addressing the after-action report from the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, saying the shooting that killed 2 and injured 28 others was entirely preventable. The report highlighting failures from city leadership before and after the tragedy this morning. Lifelong Baltimore resident Pastor P.M. Smith joining us live to weigh in on this. Pastor Smith, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Megan.
As we look at this, 176 pages, I know you're holding some of it right there. It goes on to say at least one Baltimore police unit knew about this event 3 days in advance, but those in charge, those high-ranking officials who maybe could have done something, brought in more staffing, didn't know about it until 20 minutes before. Is this a communication error? What's your reaction to that?
Miss Megan, this should be called the after inaction report. You have a police commissioner, Harrison, getting paid for doing nothing, Wormley getting paid to take the blame. You got police indifference. You got the housing authority saying we didn't know. You got Safe Street saying it's secret, we can't tell. right? You got city council saying, oh, we're disturbed and we're shocked. Let's call a meeting to do nothing. We are working with an administration that's arrogant, ignorant, incompetent, and has contempt for those of us who live in the city.
Pastor Smith, along those lines, the report also highlighting, quote, officer indifference as a serious concern here. What message does that send to the people looking to those officers for protection and safety?
They don't care, and it starts at the top. The man with authority to give Mr. Bates $800,000 so he can do a better job when it comes to prosecution, law enforcement, protecting the citizens. He can't find $800,000, but he can find millions for Safe Street. I got a problem with that.
And you're pointing to the mayor at that?
I'm pointing to the mayor. He's the boss. He has the authority. When you have the authority and you lack the will to protect your city and protect the citizens, I got a problem. And we keep putting the same people with the same policies in the same places. For example, his view about crime is it's a public health issue. Yes, it is. It results in death. If it's a public health issue, it's cancer. Radiation and chemo ain't working. We need surgery to cut the cancer out from the community before the whole community is infected.
You know, you brought up the line about funding. Officer shortages, certainly something that we have been talking nonstop about. Could that be leading to officer indifference, their low morale? Is it, you know, a trickle-down effect from not enough funding, no officers, low morale, indifference, not protecting? Is that a whole line?
Let's get historical. Since Freddie Gray, when you tell the lawful authority to stand down, the unlawful authority to stand up, and then you not only villainize this position, policing, you demonize this position, policing, who wants their son or daughter to take that job? I mean, what do you want? You can't have it both ways. You're going to defund the police and disarm the law-abiding citizen from Annapolis. Every man got to go for himself. We're in trouble.
And in the midst of this, still no murder suspect, $88,000 reward, and no one's saying anything.
$88,000 and 2 months. It'll be $100,000 in 3 months.
You don't think anyone's going to speak?
After inaction report.
All right. Pastor Smith, thanks for weighing in.
Thank you.
Let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our last day of August forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everybody. Our Towson cam right now, we have that sun that is out there, our wind that has been kicking up a little bit, bringing in some of that drier air. You can see that right here on your wind speed map, about 12 to 15 miles an hour. We've seen some stronger gusts as well. It'll be kind of breezy throughout the day today. Dew point temps stay in the comfortable and pleasant range for the next 3 days before starting to get back into that sticky and uncomfortable phase for Sunday and Monday. Definitely hotter and humid as we head toward the end of our holiday weekend. Looking at your forecast, 69 next hour, golfers, 77 by noon, at least a 1 club wind for the afternoon today, but nice and dry conditions, and again, a lot less humid. A lot of us in the upper 70s for the Eastern Shore, Chestertown, Stevensville, across the Bay Bridge to Annapolis, right about 82 in Baltimore City this afternoon, 78 your high today in Cockeysville. We still have dangerous rip current and high surf down the ocean, especially for Ocean City. So if you are heading there today, lower 70s looks great, but as we get into your Labor Day weekend, which is, we know, a big weekend down there, should be a lot calmer as those storms continue to move out to sea. There's Buddy the Butterfly, and on your outdoors cast, yeah, great days today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Real nice days ahead with really no rain in sight. The Idalia remnants moving well to the east of us. We'll stay high and dry as we head into the weekend. Shout out to Jen L., who has this picture of Josie, and Josie is not on a vacation far away, looking at that sunflower. That is a great shot. Jen, thank you so much for sharing that with us. Love your pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. We'll put your pets on TV. All right, here we go. Our 7-day forecast. Look at that low, 62. That's tonight. So tomorrow morning, we're going to wake up in the 50s and 60s, mid-80s on Friday and Saturday, and then there's the heat. 93 Sunday, almost 100 on Monday and Tuesday next week.
That's just crazy, but I'll take it. All right, looking at this is crazy as well, and not in a good way. The Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, we are seeing major backups on 895 from 695 all the way to the Harbor Tunnel. Look at that. They are inching, and I'm not even going to say inching. They really look like they're at a standstill, barely moving through that area. So if that is your typical route, then you need to avoid it and find an alternate.
The Ravens' new rookie causing exciting chaos at their recent team meeting. Still ahead this morning why his introduction to the team had Odell Beckham Jr. on the floor.
And we're here at Rocco's Market and Deli this morning, where they have a whole selection of pastries ready to go for us. We're also going to talk about what goes into this Italian sub in a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Over in Hempstead, there's a guy that is doing it all.
Amy Aronson was just at Outlaw Barbecue, and now she is right across the street at Rocco's Italian Deli and Market, and that is my favorite place to eat right now. Their sandwiches are out of this world, and the cookies, just to say the least.
Yeah, it's my first time in here, and I'm super impressed. There's a whole variety of pastries, plus sandwiches, plus hoagies. I'm here with Steve Rogers and your whole family, plus Amber, right? It's Amber this morning who made this magic happen for us. So tell us about this place. How did it get started? And plus, the name, it goes back in your family.
Yeah, so Rocco's Market and Deli, this was our storage building during COVID. We used it for Outlaw, and then as inventory was better available, we didn't need as much space, so my wife and I decided to use this for a deli.
Yeah,
so
brilliant.
Yeah, my family had a supermarket in Waterbury, Connecticut for 57 years. My grandfather's name was Joe Suma, but Joseph Rocco Suma. And Joe's Deli, no one knows it's Italian, so we took his middle name and pay homage to someone who started everything for us. So
I love that. It's your one-stop shop for everything, pastry-wise, Italian pastries, cookies. Plus, we've got this sub sitting here that I think kind of steals the show. Sophia, you're standing right next to it. I'm going to go to you. What is this thing like? Have you tried it, is my question.
I have not.
You haven't tried it? Oh my, you have to try it. Do a lot of people come in here and get it?
Yes, it is a very good seller. A lot of people love it.
Okay, so we're gonna go over to your mom then, who knows the full scoop about what is packed in there. It's got like everything in it, right?
Yeah, so that's our Italian sub, and then we also have our chopped Italian sub, which is actually going on special today.
That's
so
awesome.
apparently it's a very popular sub where you take everything, chop it up, you can add your own ingredients to the sub. You can take things out, but it's all chopped up. It's like a big salad on the sub.
Okay, awesome. So you've got that for lunch, and then Amber, pastries, that's your thing. You've got plenty of dessert options here. What are we seeing on this tray? Because I don't even know where to begin. Like, what is the thing to get if you had to pick one thing?
Definitely the eclair is very good. It's got the nice pastry cream in it, and then you also get chocolate on top, which is amazing.
So good. Okay, well, we are running short on time, but I think this stuff tells you everything you need to know about coming in and stopping and trying it for yourself. If you want more information, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And Sophia, what's your favorite thing on this tray? Tell Megan and Patrice really quick.
I do also love the eclairs. Those are good.
Okay, gotta try the eclairs.
Marshmallow cookies.
And the lobster tails.
So good. Oh yeah, and the lobster tails.
Basically everything. So Megan, Patrice, come and bring your appetite. You need to try it all.
Well, Megan's been talking about it. It's her favorite place of hers. So now I'm definitely got it. It looks worth trying. Yeah, for sure. All right, thank you guys. Oh my gosh, I'm starving now. Temperatures will be below average with a breezy and drier afternoon ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know how hot the temps will get for the weekend.
Ravens rookie wide receiver Zay Flowers is here to dominate. The bombshell he revealed to his teammates at the recent team meeting. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Thursday, August 31st. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. Cool before the heat comes back.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with what we can expect here. A little bit of a roller coaster.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. I mean, we had temperatures close to 90 yesterday. About 7 or 8 degrees cooler today. Tomorrow looks great. Saturday. And then as we get into Sunday and Monday, yeah, I mean, we're going to be talking about some of the hottest temps of the year, and we're into September. Here's a look at our Towson cam. Actually, not too bad right now. We do have some cloud cover, but we also are seeing some blue skies at this shot right there. And definitely that drier air is in place. 55 in Oakland. We're in 60 in Cumberland right now. The mid to upper 60s here for Westminster over to Bel Air. It's 67 in Baltimore City, almost 70 in Annapolis, and you're at 64 in Chestertown. So if you want to get out for a run or a jog, next couple of hours should feel pretty nice with less humid air and temperatures that will stay in the 60s and 70s here in the 10 and 11 o'clock hour. Low to mid 80s today, tomorrow, and Saturday. As I mentioned, then we really start cranking up that heat, especially on Sunday and Monday of next week, which is Labor Day. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in my full Weather Authority forecast, and we'll do that over on that big green wall in just a few.
Latest state test scores showing Maryland students are still struggling in math.
In Baltimore City, just 9.1% of 3rd through 8th grade public school students scored proficient in math last school year.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live to explain a first-of-its-kind free summer learning program that is helping students. Chris, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So we know that Baltimore City has about 9% of all of its 3rd through 8th graders that are proficient in math. We know the school system gets $1.6 billion a year from taxpayers, and the school system got an additional $800 million from ESSER funds, federal COVID relief money. But yet still 9%, 91% of students are not proficient in math. Well, Sylvan Learning is based in Baltimore. Everyone has heard Sylvan Learning is a national company, but it's based right here in Baltimore. And earlier this year, Project Baltimore did a story with Nichelle Watkins. Her son was one of the 23 schools in Baltimore City that had 0 students proficient in math. And she was pleading for help, saying she can't afford a $1,000 tutor from Sylvan. Well, Sylvan was watching, and they came together with the University of Baltimore and other partners to be able to team up to find space, provide tutors, and offer free math tutoring for 5 weeks in Baltimore City this year. For anybody who would want to sign up. And 60 kids from Baltimore City signed up. They went through the 5-week program, and now they're back in school and hopefully doing better.
So, Chris, thank you so much for the report. And then when we talk about these families that are doing better, how much better are they doing? Has that been released yet? Do we know? I know they had that program. It was free, and there were 60 students. But do you know, like, what they were doing beforehand to be able to say, OK, they've improved X amount of percentage points on their math scores?
Yeah, so we're currently working on that information. Sylvan told us of the 60 people, they were able to pre-test many of them before the program and pre-test some of them after the program. Yeah. So they're still trying to get some of those students to be able to take the test to see how far they have come. So we are certainly working on trying to get that information. As of now, we don't have it.
Okay.
All right. Chris Papps reporting live for us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Baltimore County Fire Department faces a vote of no confidence. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the allegations that the union is making.
Well, we are waking up cooler temperatures this morning. Boy, if you get to sleep until 8:35, I'm jealous. Just ahead, how your Labor Day weekend forecast is shaping up, and you don't want to miss the events coming up this Sunday, especially before Labor Day. It's pretty chic, and we're getting chic around here in our studio. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
8:38 is your time right now. 22 minutes in front of 9 o'clock on your Friday Eve as we inch closer to Labor Day weekend. Looking outside right now, Fed Hill shot. You can see that flag flapping around. Just did my Superman walk around the building. It feels great outside. Hopefully you've been outside as well. You can see on your yard and gardening cast overall, upper 70s and lower 80s as we take you into the afternoon. So if you want to get that yard work done, I gotta try to beat my neighbor today with getting the grass cut before he does. So mine looks good, nice. 82 today, 62, but some of us in the 50s tomorrow morning, and we'll be in the mid 80s on your Friday. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Now to a story that you are seeing here first on Fox 45. The Baltimore County Fire Department facing a vote of no confidence.
Now, the vote comes as the fire union releases a report on widespread issues within the department, including poor morale and safety concerns. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with more on this rare union vote. Olivia?
Well, Megan and Tom, that's exactly right. The 16-page report was released following a rare vote of no confidence against the current leadership of the Baltimore County Fire Department. The report revealed many concerns, including that a lack of training could be putting the firefighters and the public's safety at risk.
It's concerning in that because the public may not always be in the best care that we could if we were doing additional training. I hope they just don't discount the vote of no confidence and just say, well, it doesn't mean anything. That would only lead to bigger problems.
Fire Chief Joanne Rund barely survived the vote, while union members overwhelmingly delivered a vote of no confidence against Assistant Chief Jennifer Utz and Deputy Chief Francis DePaula. According to Union President John Sabega, who you just heard from, there's room for changes to be made before a change in leadership is necessary, but he says improvements need to be made immediately. The allegations also include what the union's calling a, quote, toxic work environment with a lack of respect, trust, and consistency between chief officers and members. The report continues by saying chief officers were caught lying in discipline hearings and falsifying documents, as well as unsafe tactical decisions that have led to increased property damage and near misses to personnel. Current recruitment practices also raising concerns. The report claiming applicants who are not physically fit have been assisted and selected to make up numbers for diversity in a job where, of course, physical fitness could cost lives. And the thoroughness of background checks also called into question, with accusations that a convicted felon spent time on the force. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
I think the police pretty much dropped the ball for that community.
Topping our next half hour, we break down the after-action report on the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting and share concerns Baltimore residents have.
Plus, hear what policy changes Interim Director of Monsey plans to make surrounding safe streets. It's 8:41. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
yeah, it's happening this Sunday. It's time to polish your pearls, dust off your best button down, because a very posh, a very, some say, maybe even chic event is coming to Baltimore. Amy Ringgold and we have Nicole Cox. They are in here this morning. They brought in some models to show off what you can expect when you go to the Chic Nick that's happening Sunday in Baltimore. Ladies, thank you so much for coming in.
Oh, thanks for having us.
All right, now, Nicole, let's talk about this. We have fashion, obviously. This is going to be Chic Nick, which means it's a picnic, but it's kind of highbrow picnic.
Yes, elegance, fabulous.
Okay.
It's chic.
It's chic.
Put on your best chic outfit and come on down.
And that's the whole reason why we're doing this, though. I mean, you think about this, you come to an event, you want to dress up, you want to have fun, and you want to be treated pretty well.
Yes.
This is not a picnic where you show up with your blankets or pillows. In fact, that's not allowed.
Well, we give you blankets.
Yes.
So as you enter, you'll get a blanket, you'll get a glass, you'll get a cocktail. So we set up the whole platform for you.
Nothing to worry about.
Nothing
Just
to
come
worry
and network, hang out. There was also some cabanas I saw on there, some of the ticket items.
Cabanas are sold out, but yes,
sold
we'll have
out.
those too.
Okay, so we have some fashions on how you can be chic when you go to a Chic Nick or picnic in Baltimore. Let's start bringing in some of the models. Do you want to bring in the first
Let's
model
go.
for us right here?
So she's keeping it very classic, very cool. Any way to make it outfit chic, sunnies, accessories, and a nice maxi dress. You can't lose.
Nice, it looks great. Thank you very much. All right, and then we have a gentleman here, a bright suit, looks great. Come on in. So tell us about his
He's
outfit.
giving color. He's
Yeah.
bringing the fun. But classic suit, loafers, we're going to be on grass, so he's keeping it simple.
Very good. And then one more model for us here. I love the pop of color, too.
Absolutely.
Elegant with bright pops of color.
So for the lady who's like, I want to go to Chic Nick, but I don't have anything to wear, just pull out something you already have. Get that pantsuit, get some glasses, a fabulous scarf, a bag, and you're on your way.
See-through shoes too, right? I mean, so be able to show off the feet and show off things, because it's cooler. It's going to be hot.
It's going to be hot.
It's going to be hot. So great. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Okay.
Gina.
So now, where can we go to find out some of the tickets that are still remaining?
So tickets are on sale on Eventbrite, but you can also follow us on Instagram at Charm City Chic Nick.
And this is happening from 1 to 7. So
1 to 7.
Everything's taken care of. You show up in the great outfit with some of your friends, maybe even bring out some coworkers with you, and then just enjoy the day. 6-hour event. Music, entertainment.
Music, entertainment, cocktails.
Amazing cocktails.
Amazing
The
cocktails.
breakthrough beverage, Diageo, and Hennessy Moet.
Oh, and a little Hennessy and a sassy shot. Did I hear something?
Sassy shots is her.
I heard there's somebody around here that knows the sassy shots and loves them, so I think that's great. So there's a lot of events going on. This one is the one to be at Sunday, because there's a lot going on Monday.
Yes.
But hey, why not? And then you've got Monday to relax even
And the
more.
one thing I want to say, you said it correctly. It's not Chic Nick. It's
Right.
Chic Nick.
Chic Nick.
Yes. We want the
Chic
guys
Nick.
to come out too. It's for everybody.
Everybody.
And if
Everybody
you want
belongs.
some last-minute outfits,
Yeah.
Classic Wardrobe 78 on Instagram can help you out.
Yes.
Look at that right there. Come on, we'll see you out here Sunday. We need to find out exactly how hot it's going to be in just a little bit, though. In fact, we'll find out from Justin in just a little bit. 8:47 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Yeah, I think we're going right over to me, Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard...
No, we're going right to me. I was like, I can tell you right now what the weather's going to be. You guys, what is it, Sunday? What time on Sunday?
1 to 7.
1 to 7 Sunday. Okay, so Sunday, it's going to start heating up. But lower 90s, it's better than Monday, because Monday we're talking upper 90s, and that heat and humidity is creeping back in. Today, tomorrow, even Saturday, looking pretty good. Again, those 90s are going to return by Sunday. So here's a look at our Towson camera right now. Kind of bouncing around a little bit. That's because we are seeing some wind that is out there. We've got 3 named storms in the Atlantic Basin right now, and a 4th storm that more than likely will get named later today. Tropical Storm Idalia, we talked about that all day yesterday. Still this morning, impacts for the Carolinas. Hurricane Franklin, and now Tropical Storm Jose. Now, Jose will not be an issue for anyone. It's just going to go to the north. Only about 40-mile-an-hour wind that we're seeing from that storm system. But with Franklin and with Idalia, we've got that rip current and the high surf, especially along our beaches here in Maryland. So if you are heading to the beach today, just know you're going to have to deal with dangerous rip currents, 5 to 7 foot waves. A lot of people think that's great, that's cool, let's get out there. You have to make sure to heed those warnings. It should be a lot calmer for Friday and Saturday and into Labor Day weekend, which is obviously a big beach weekend. But you can see the center of Idalia moving back out into the ocean. Still a lot of wind and rain for areas in North Carolina, even southern Virginia, all the way toward Virginia Beach. So the very northern tip of this storm is right there at the southern edge of the Chesapeake Bay, the entrance to the bay down to the south. Now, here's a look at our HD radar. And this is that frontal boundary the cold front, which is why we're seeing the cooler temps this morning, that is keeping those two big storms well away from us here in the DMV and the mid-Atlantic. So the track on Idalia back out to the ocean later this afternoon. Still 60-mile-an-hour winds before it starts heading toward Bermuda and out to the open waters. Folks in Bermuda definitely need to take heed those warnings because it's coming your way by Saturday and Sunday. Meanwhile, Hank the Bird, he's here for your Bird is Workout. PSLs, whoa. Did you hear him say PSL? He's excited for tomorrow. All right. So 69 next hour, 77 into the noon. Now, I know they've already had them since like mid-August, but I'm waiting until tomorrow to get mine. 23 days if you want to wait till the official first day of autumn, the autumnal equinox. Tomorrow is meteorological autumn, which is September, October, and November. That's when we meteorologically are in fall. So here's a look at your temperatures. Fall-like-ish today, upper 70s and lower 80s. Dry air is in place, some breezy conditions out there. Meanwhile, Howard and Arundel counties, you'll see those upper 70s and a few lower 80s as well. Even up and down the 95 corridor, 70s and 80s for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C. with 76 your temp in Ocean City. Now, at the car wash, you want to get the car cleaned up for Labor Day weekend, 3 greens across the board. We are going to be very dry. We're not tracking any rain for a long time. You can see that here on our future scan as all of that system from Idalia moves away from us. Some of those high clouds hanging around today, but tomorrow more sunshine. Saturday also looking good. We're going to see some temperatures that will be very cool tomorrow morning and even Saturday morning. But Sunday gets a little bit more on the humid side of things. We'll get more into what we call a southerly flow, and that's going to get back into that summer-like feeling. Just 4 days out from Labor Day, 10 days from the Ravens home opener, real football here in Baltimore. We know the O's out of town for the next 11 days or so, but they are on a nice road trip there. Even though they got the loss last night, we're still in first place. 61 days till Halloween. Today's the 31st, so 2 months today till we're giving out candy, and then we fall back with that time change in just about 2 months and change from right now, right after Halloween. All right, 7-day forecast, guys. Here's what it looks like. 84 tomorrow, 85 on Saturday. Note those overnight lows into the low and mid 60s. So very nice mornings here. On Sunday, we're definitely heating back up. We're back to the lower 90s. And look at Monday and Tuesday. We're talking about upper 90s for highs, more than likely at least tying, if not breaking, record high temperatures for those days for that first month or first week of September. Meg?
Thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network here. We're seeing backups all around the area. This is not a great morning commute, guys. You can see the red on the loop and on 895 here indicated on the map, and then just traffic at a standstill in a lot of these shots here. Make sure you give yourself extra time if you're heading in these directions. Not a pretty start here.
And so Zay Flowers had a chance to impress his fellow teammates the other day. He basically told them about himself, where he's from, where he went to school. But the big reveal was this. Check this out.
Zay Flowers, Boston College, 7 million.
Flowers revealing his $7 million signing bonus. Now, interestingly enough, Odell Beckham, guess what his signing bonus was? $500,000. Wow, things have changed. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Well, get ready for a festival that will pickle your fancy. Oh, yeah, Ultimate Pickle Celebration is coming up here.
And we are hanging out at Rocco's Market and Deli this morning. Actually, this is the guy who it's named after. This is Joe Rocco himself. We're going to take you back across the street to Outlaw Barbecue in just a little bit and show you what the Graham Burger is all about. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
And now it's time for coffee break.
8:56 and topping your morning business report. More workers soon will be eligible for overtime pay. The Labor Department is proposing a new rule that would raise the salary cap for receiving overtime. Now, under this new proposal, salary workers who earn less than $55,000 annually would qualify for overtime pay. Current rule requires salaried employees to make no more than $35,500 a year to receive that overtime pay. The proposal would impact an estimated 3.6 million more salaried workers.
The Biden administration is also calling to relax federal restrictions on marijuana. Following a review ordered by President Biden last year, the Department of Health and Human Services recommends marijuana be reclassified from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 drug. Marijuana's current classification as a Schedule 1 drug makes it a federal crime to possess it, and re-ranking it could make it the biggest drug policy change in decades. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
It is so hard to keep the floors clean, and the last thing I want to do when I get home is scrub my floors. This has made a big difference for me. It's the Hover Scrubber Deluxe. It's not like other mops. You know what? I'm just going to show you how it works. Power it on, and look at that. You've got two microfiber pads on the bottom. The pads push the dirt in the center, and then, you know, the microfiber grabs the dirt. So I'll show you how dirty these are right there. But the cool thing is you also get two more pads, so you can throw these in the wash and just keep it moving around your house. This is a rechargeable battery, so you don't have any cords. You recharge it and you take it around the house and you're good to go. I like this too because it's adjustable for the height, so you can adjust it for different heights. It's great for maybe your parents a little older and they maybe have back problems, or if you have a back problem, you don't have to bend over. You just adjust it for your height, push it around and keep going. And it doesn't just push the dirt into all the little cracks and crevices. It really pushes it into the center and picks it up. So you know how the bathroom and the kitchen can just be a little bit icky? This takes care of that. Right now, we are offering 32% off on the Hover Scrubber Deluxe. Just head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
We are taking you into the news right now on Good Day Baltimore.
It is 9 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
Baltimore City officials have released the after-action report leading up to the worst mass shooting in Baltimore's history. Topping this half hour, how a mother of one of the victims is reacting to it.
Plus, Fox 45 News is demanding transparency from the interim Monsi director. Still ahead, how Safe Streets responded to conflicts the day of the shooting.
And cleanup is underway from Hurricane Idalia in Florida. Just ahead from the Live Center, the damage people are waking up to as the storm now is raging in the Carolinas.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, August 31st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with our last day of August forecast.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. We've seen some cooler temperatures, already that drier air in place and feeling pretty good outside. In fact, looking nice as well. We had some of those clouds earlier this morning, but seeing a lot of blue sky out there and also that wind that is with us. Numbers this hour are in the mid to upper 60s. So this is one of our coolest mornings we've had in a while. 67 Essex, Middle River, 66 in Dundalk. We're going to be even cooler tomorrow morning. Jogging cast, not too bad. Low to mid 70s. Probably not, I mean, you'll get your sweat on, but just not with the oppressive heat and humidity that we've dealt with before this summer. 82 for your high today. These numbers are going to be about 6 or 7 degrees cooler than what we saw yesterday. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
It's incredibly disappointing to hear that. There's no other reaction that you can have.
All them people, more than 100 people was there, and nobody, no type of police activity was called at all.
I think the police pretty much dropped the ball for that community.
Community frustration building as city officials finally released detailed reports surrounding their actions leading up to, during, and after the worst mass shooting in Baltimore's history. It's been nearly 2 months since the shooting. This morning, Fox 45 is looking into the after-action report from 3 city organizations: the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Housing Authority of Baltimore City, and the Baltimore Police Department.
Well, that report shows some officers knew about the Brooklyn Day block party 3 days before it happened, but didn't do anything about it. Only one officer was stationed in Brooklyn at the time of the shooting. Several other officers were in the area and could have been called, but were never requested. The report cites communication and design-making failures from the Southern District Command. As a result, many people were served with charging papers, and the district major has been reassigned. When it comes to the investigation, no one has been arrested for the murder of 2 people during the shooting. The reward now $88,000. Police also released body camera footage from the shooting, but the report is raising concerns over a lack of even more body-worn camera footage, saying it is a potential policy violation.
In the 60 days since the shooting, city leaders have only spent about an hour and 45 minutes across 3 news conferences addressing it for the public. In that time, reporters have had about an hour to ask questions. At those 3 news conferences, reporters from all local and some national outlets only had the chance to ask 55 questions.
This morning, we have live team coverage on the report as Fox 45 News pushes for more transparency at every level. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with the push for answers from Monzi's interim director. But we begin with Olivia Dance. She has more on the frustration from people who live in the area, including the mother of one of the victims who died that night. Olivia.
You know, Patrice, there's lots of frustrations, and the Baltimore Police Department just behind me here is now admitting that they made some mistakes. One key finding in this after-action report is that some officers appeared to give little thought to potential public safety concerns before the gunfire erupted. And across the city, residents are reacting to the report. Take a listen to what they said.
It's incredibly disappointing to hear that. There's no other reaction that you can have.
All them people, more than 100 people was there, and no type of police activity was called at all.
The report reveals key issues with the police department, including staffing problems, decision-making, and communication. According to the report, there could have been other officers deployed to the Brooklyn Day block party, but they were never requested. The investigation also found that the police department knew about the Brooklyn Day block party 3 days before it happened, but at one point they said they didn't. The block party turned into Baltimore's biggest mass shooting, killing 2 people and injuring 28 others. One of the victims killed 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, and no one is taking the report more seriously than Aaliyah's mother, Crystal Gonzalez. The report only reignites the hurt of her painful loss.
I nurtured her entire life, and I raised her great. I feel like we did a great job. I told my husband that before the shooting. I looked back after she graduated. I said, we did a good job, babe. I don't get to see her married. I don't get to see her starting a family. I don't get to see any of that. It's so hard for me to understand that at 18, that's it, no more. That's all you get.
Now, Mrs. Gonzalez hasn't said what's next for her, but she says the heartbreak she feels won't stop her from holding those responsible who, quote, dropped the ball that led to her daughter's death. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Fox 45 News is questioning the interim Monzi director for more information regarding the group's role, including how Safe Streets responded to conflicts the day of the shooting. We have Shannon Lilly continuing our live team coverage this morning with what we're learning on this. Shannon.
Well, this after-action report, Megan, confirms what we have been reporting all along, but there are still several unanswered questions when it comes to how Safe Streets operates and how these violence interrupters are expected to operate as well. What we are learning from this report, we're going to put right here on your screen. Take a look right here. We're learning that Safe Streets knew of tentative plans for the block party at least 1 month before the event. And by the end of June, they learned the block party was happening on July 1st. That information, though, was never communicated to anyone inside City Hall or the Baltimore Police Department. Right now, the Safe Streets workers don't have policies in place for notifying anyone of a potential threat. Monzi says the 5 conflicts mediated by Safe Streets workers prior to the shooting did sometimes involve some weapons, but were not out of the norm of their daily course of duty. Now, we asked Monzi's interim director where those mediations took place and if there's any indication that those people involved in the mediations were either victims or suspects in the shooting. Here's her response.
I can't say whether these incidents involved victims or suspects in the incident, but what I can say is that from thorough conversations with our staff, these incidents were considered mediated, and so there was not an indication that this was a scene that was about to boil over.
Well, meanwhile, we do know changes to reporting policies for Safe Streets workers are now in the works. Like when an event has more than 50 people in a Safe Streets zone, if there are known groups who have had previous issues at the event, or if there's a suspicion of people with multiple weapons in one place, like at the Brooklyn Day event.
We want to make sure that we're able, moving forward, to have very strong intelligence between Safe Streets and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement so that we have the proper situational awareness.
Now, when that will happen remains the question. Monzi leadership says they hope to start implementing these changes within the coming weeks. Of course, we'll continue to follow up to see if that is, in fact, the case. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. New intelligence shows Russia turning to North Korea for weapons to use in the Ukraine war.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, what do we know about this potential arms deal?
So Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un have exchanged letters to one another on this deal. This news of the leaders in direct contact comes weeks after National Security spokesman John Kirby said the White House had confirmed Russia's defense minister visited the North Korean capital, Pyongyang, to increase the sale of munitions. According to U.S. intelligence, Russia is looking for artillery shells and basic material to bolster its defense in Ukraine. The U.S. won't say how they got this information. As the war drags on, Russia is becoming increasingly reliant on North Korea and Iran for weapons, according to the White House. Now, any Russia-North Korea arms deal would violate UN Security Council resolutions.
Kayla, a little closer to home, the Biden administration now getting sued for efforts to restrict oil and gas production in the Gulf. What can you tell us about this?
Well, the state of Louisiana, the American Petroleum Institute, and Chevron filing this lawsuit in federal court. At the center of the lawsuit, the Bureau of Ocean Management's decision to make 6 million fewer acres of federal waters available to oil and gas than previously scheduled. API's president calling this an illegal roadblock, pointing to language in the Inflation Reduction Act that these 6 million acres must be made available to meet America's energy needs. The API president arguing cutting back 6 million acres risks America's energy security. It also puts jobs at risk. The restrictions came after the Biden administration settled last month with 4 environmental groups.
All right, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Right now, Southwest Airlines pilots are picketing across the nation, including right here in Baltimore.
Let's get right over to Tom Rogers with the latest and what that means for people who need to fly. Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Megan and Patrice. Right now, you're taking a live look. These are pilots standing out at BWI. This is a live take here from the pilots that just about 9 minutes ago lifted those signs and stood in solidarity with pilots all across the country here with Southwest Airlines Pilot Association. And you can see that right here, coming back to our smartboard right here. You can see exactly. This is a photo from Atlanta. This is on their X files here from Southwest and SWAPA here. We also have another one in Chicago. So this is a Midway Airport. Look at that strike. That goes all the way down. Hundreds of pilots all across the country are striking because they say, well, they're not getting paid or treated fairly. So in fact, Southwest put out why are pilots unhappy and what does this mean to you? You can see here, and I'll kind of scroll in a little bit. They've got some bullet points here. They say our pilots have surrendered tens of thousands of days off. They've also have been forced to leave in record numbers to seek better career opportunities at our competitors. They say you deserve better to have this. And then also they say our pilots have been seen zero raises in the wake of a record inflation, deteriorating work conditions, and increasing cost of living away from home. So what does this mean for you? Well, if you're taking off and heading out of BWI this morning, it looks like departures are still here on schedule. You see all these departed. There's 2 cancellations, but boarding right now and then on time. These are all Southwest, majority of them Southwest airline flights here. So the pilot strike may not be doing that much of an impact now, but they were saying that this may cause a bigger headache for those that are traveling later on. Southwest Airlines are saying that we need to have negotiations. The picket is expected to wrap up around noon today. today. So that's the good case. But you can see they're going to be standing out there for 3 hours and just to let everyone know that they are unhappy with their working conditions. That's it from the Live Center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Tom. A vote of no confidence held within the Baltimore County Fire Department. Still ahead on Good Day Baltimore. A closer look at the problems some say led to the vote and how the department will move forward.
Plus, city council members are reacting to the Brooklyn Day After Action report. In our next half hour, we continue our coverage on the report and why they say there is still a deep divide between law enforcement and the community. But first, before we head to break, our Len Stoller traffic network has not been a pretty morning out there. Taking a live look at a few of our Beltway cameras across the region, cars just inching along in the left-hand side. Right-hand side starting to ease up a little bit. Maps surely indicating the red and yellow there still at this hour. 9:12 now on Fox 45. Good Day, Baltimore. (9:14) and topping your health headlines this morning. Summer's almost gone, and that means the annual flu bug will once again rear its head. Two other viruses, COVID-19 and RSV, also expected to circulate through the air. But for the first time ever in the U.S., vaccines for all three threats will be available. A trifecta of infections are ready to potentially cause havoc with your health. The RSV, influenza, COVID-19 expected to circulate over the next few months, as we just said. A senior White House official says COVID-19 will likely have the biggest impact. The White House says an updated COVID vaccine is important because immunity eventually weakens and updated variants find ways to sneak around immunity from previous vaccinations or infections. Everyone wants to avoid all three of those viruses, but you probably also want to avoid having a live worm inside your brain. Check this out if you want to. Doctors pulled a live worm from a woman's brain in Australia. So the 64-year-old underwent brain surgery for an abnormality that they found in the right frontal lobe of her brain. It was a parasite, and it was confirmed to be a roundworm that is usually found in pythons. Researchers say the patient lived near a lake area that inhabited carpet pythons. Infectious disease experts say that this is the first case to involve the brain of any mammal species.
All right, let's move on. Oh, looking ahead this morning, millions of Americans are hitting the road for the Labor Day weekend.
The action starts today as the Federal Aviation Administration expects to have at least 52,000 flights in the air.
If so, the FAA says this would make this the third busiest travel weekend of the year. Between Friday, September 1st through Wednesday, September 6th, TSA expects 14 million people will travel by plane, which they say would be an 11% hike from Labor Day of 2022.
But some travel plans will likely be impacted to some extent by bad weather, including the aftermath of Hurricane Idalia, and then not to mention the strike from Southwest that Tom was just mentioning. We'll see if that has an impact. We'll take a look at this. Were you one of the millions of people who saw the blue supermoon? You are looking at video here from around the world as the moon reached its peak last night. If you missed it, the rare celestial event will still be visible through Friday morning. Astronomers say the phenomenon happens when the moon is closest to Earth's orbit. Wednesday's supermoon is the second in a month. The next big event in the sky will be the harvest moon, and that's happening on September 29th.
All right. That's beautiful. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and talk about our beautiful forecast.
Great day at the ballpark yesterday. Unfortunately, did not get the win to sweep the White Sox, but it's all good because we are still in first place by a game and a half over the Rays. That's who we care about. The O's are going to be on the road. They're not going to be back here at Camden Yards until after the Ravens play a game at M&T Bank Stadium. They come back on September 11th. So a West Coast road trip for a couple of games, and they're heading up to Boston. So O's still looking good, and we're still talking about postseason baseball hopefully around here. That's all we got to do is just keep winning. 69 your temperature right now, BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little northerly wind, about 13 to 15 miles an hour, but that dew point at 55 degrees. Dew point numbers are going to stay in the pleasant and comfortable category today and tomorrow. And even on Saturday, dew points hanging in the 50s. So that's an indication that drier air that will remain in place. Then we'll see those dew point numbers climb as more humidity rolls in on the second half of the weekend. Marco. No, wow, nobody's playing Marco Polo. All right. I guess we're, getting toward the end of summer. So on your Splashcast, if you do want to get out there to the pool today, that UV index in the high category, but a pretty nice pool day. Lower 70s next hour, lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Still want to get that sunblock on if you're going to be outside for any length of time. Upper 70s and lower 80s across central Maryland for your highs today. If you are heading down the ocean, we still have dangerous rip currents and high surf, especially at Ocean City and Rehoboth. So watch for that today. Should see some calmer conditions as we head into Friday and Saturday. We know it's a big weekend, Labor Day weekend, always packed down there with numbers in the mid 70s for your highs. If you're going to fly down there, pilots overall today, a little bit on the breezy side, but we're looking at a VFR day, visual flight rules out there, and breezy conditions as well. That north and northeasterly wind coming on the top edge of Idalia, moving out toward the ocean. So we're going to see that wind here today, but tomorrow drier air will continue to be in the place, and then a nice ridge of high pressure settles in throughout the weekend. Then we start getting that heat to build back in by the time we get into Sunday and Monday. Shout out to Jen L. That is Josie. I love this picture of the doggy and that beautiful sunflower right there. So thank you, Jen, for sending that picture in of that sweet puppy. If you'd like to get your pet pics on TV, whatever kind of pet you got, it doesn't matter if it's a dog or a cat or a lemur or a worm. All you got to do is just hit me on the old email, jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. Tomorrow morning's lows, 50s and 60s. So it'll be a very much cooler morning for meteorological autumn. 85 Saturday for your high, 93 Sunday. Look at those highs on Monday and Tuesday. We're talking upper 90s, probably breaking records as we get into Labor Day and the first week of September next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. Happening now, the Southwest Airlines Pilots Association conducting its first ever multi-base international picket, taking you live once again to BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport. As Tom was mentioning, this is also happening at LAX, Hartsfield, Jackson in Atlanta, Houston Hobby, and also Chicago Midway airports. The picket is expected to end around noon. The Southwest Airlines Pilots Association saying they have been trying for 3 years to reach a contract agreement with the airlines. The association says Southwest is the last major airline without an agreement in principle, and they've lost hundreds of pilots to other carriers this year. Again, a live look from BWI where you see those pilots there with signs that say ready to strike.
Well, we have a bright spot for you this morning. It was a record-setting night in the Cornhusker State. The University of Nebraska says its women's volleyball team set a new world record for the biggest announced crowd at a female-led sporting event. That honor comes after 92,003 people came to watch the Huskers host in-state rival Omaha on Wednesday night. The previous record was nearly 91,700 people at a women's soccer event that was in Spain last year. The five-time national champs beat Omaha in all three sets, never trailing at any point. That's a huge crowd.
And women's volleyball is taking off all over the country, so I'm almost not surprised. Pretty incredible.
Wow.
It is one of the most nerve-wracking times of the year for football players, wondering whether or not they made the team. How one Raven found out the news, that's coming up.
And we are back at Outlaw Barbecue at Hampstead this morning, where we are getting ready to show off the Graham Burger. Unfortunately, Graham could not be here to try it, but don't worry. We'll test it out for him and let you know exactly what's on here. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
A veteran-owned restaurant has been serving up slow-cooked brisket and pork for years, and they've even taken it to competitions.
Amy Aronson is live at Outlaw Barbecue with all the foods that you can try. And you just made us hungry all morning long.
I know, my stomach is growling. It smells so good in here. You all got to come down. We should do a group lunch here, really. They have everything. I'm actually going to start off with Chef Q right now because you've got something that's very Fox 45 special. Unfortunately, Graham could not be here. He's busy, but you've got something in his honor. So what is on this Graham Burger? How'd you come up with this?
So Graham's been coming in for a while now, and he's been begging for us to do like a Hawaiian type burger. So I took a little spin and we did some sliced ham, American cheese, and we grilled pineapple on top with a mango habanero barbecue sauce.
Okay.
And he came in and he loved it. And he's been ordering it every day since he's been back. So
you named it after
yeah,
him.
we had to. So
Okay, and it pairs well with other things on this table here. You also said these tots are something you got to try.
yeah, so these are our pulled barbecue tots with nacho cheese. They are special today. So we just have tater tots, pulled barbecues, mix of brisket and pork, and our original barbecue sauce with nacho cheese.
Okay, cool. And Sophia, what's your favorite thing on this table? I know you're a picky eater, so you're hard to please.
But I do love the stuffed jalapenos.
The stuffed jalapenos, that's the way to go? Okay, cool. And then if this isn't enough to fill you up, Steve, you also have desserts. And I hear that these rotate.
Yeah, so bread pudding is a huge thing for us here. We do tons of different bread puddings.
Yeah.
This is going to be our peach cheesecake, and then our cannoli cream.
Both sound delicious.
Yes, so
something for everyone.
Yeah, and we always do different ones: blueberry crumb, apple crumb, all sorts.
That's why you got to keep coming back,
Gotta
right?
keep coming back. They change daily.
Okay, awesome. Well, if you want more information on coming out and enjoying a delicious meal here at Outlaw Barbecue, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. So I showed you guys a lot of food this morning. I don't know if you can make up your mind. Maybe we just come here and try it all.
Right, they're new customers for sure.
And they're smoked meat. I mean, everything there looked good, but the meat, I mean, it's...
You can't beat that.
You can't. All right, Amy, thank you. Coming off one of his best starts of the year, Kyle Gibson followed it up with one of his worst. In our next half hour, what went wrong for the veteran righty in the series finale against the White Sox?
We will see more fall-like temperatures the next few days, but then we're bracing for a heat wave. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking that ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. 9:27, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
City Council is responding to that after-action report into the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Just ahead, what mistakes they say cannot be excused.
The Baltimore County Fire Department faces a vote of no confidence. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the allegations that the union's making.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Here it comes.
Dilly dilly dilly. Are we, well, so you're a pickle fan.
Everything.
I like pickles. I'm just curious about all the pickled flavor things that are about to come our way.
And someone who apparently is a really big deal is in studio here to talk more about all this.
And he's here every day. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers.
I'm the big deal?
Oh, he's the big deal?
Oh, that's what I was going with.
Because that guy looks like the big deal over there. He's got a shirt and everything. So yeah, we'll be talking about that a little bit later this morning. But overall, we are seeing temperatures that are pretty nice. I think it's a big deal that those temperatures are looking a little bit cooler, but it is a bit breezy out there. Those clouds that we started with earlier this morning have, for the most part, moved on. Statewide, we're still seeing 50s in western Maryland, but mid to upper 60s for Westminster and Bel Air out to the eastern shore. 69 in Annapolis and Baltimore City. 67 in Laurel currently. Now, your yard and gardening cast, you want to get out there and get some yard work done? Yeah, really no issues today. Upper 70s and lower 80s throughout most of the afternoon. But get the watering done early because we're not going to see any rain, and you're really going to have to do and be on top of getting the lawns and gardens watered because we're going to stay rain-free probably for at least the next 7 days. For the next 3 days, temps in the low to mid 80s. That's where we're going to end up for your highs. Now, coming up in a few minutes, we'll talk about just how much hotter we get on the second half of our Labor Day weekend. We'll talk about that in a bit.
I can't be any more honest than to tell you we made mistakes and that we'll fix them. And those who made those mistakes will be held accountable.
We are setting a path forward with the goal of ensuring every mistake outlined in these reports is never repeated.
Continuing coverage this morning on the after-action report from the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. We brought it to you as breaking news yesterday morning. That report highlighting failures from city leadership before and after the tragedy.
Mayor Brendan Scott, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley, and other city leaders addressed the findings yesterday, saying the shooting that killed 2 and injured 28 others was entirely preventable.
At least one Baltimore police unit was aware of the event 3 days in advance, but high-ranking officials who could have provided extra support did not know about the party until 20 minutes before the shooting. The report also highlighting officer indifference as a serious concern.
In the wake of the Brooklyn Day After Action report, we're now hearing from city council members.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with their thoughts on the findings. Shannon.
Yeah, council members we spoke to, Megan, described this report as shocking and disturbing, but there is growing debate on who should be held accountable here. In fact, take a listen to some of the conversation that unfolded just minutes after this report was released.
You're going to see a lot of officers are now going to look at this actual report and say, wow, you're putting this on me? The blame is now on me? From the guy that wants to reimagine public safety and defunded the police, now it's on me? We are for sure going to lose more officers.
Meanwhile, at City Hall, though, those who oversee public safety in the city found the 173-page after-action report difficult to digest. It details the city's failed response to the largest mass shooting in this city's history. City Councilman Zeke Cohen says the report illustrates the deep divide that still exists between law enforcement and the community, and the city's failure to maintain public safety just cannot be excused. Councilman Mark Conway is echoing that sentiment as well. Take a listen.
I think the lack of seriousness, I think, was a little bit shocking in reading parts of the report that we saw from the police department.
It's a deeply disturbing report that demonstrates a level of indifference and, in some cases, contempt that officers showed toward those that they serve.
That's just not the proper way to address the issue, and I would expect that officers, in the department has a method for dealing with these issues going forward.
Now, council members say they still have unanswered questions in this chain of events that led up to Brooklyn Day, and so they have scheduled another public hearing for next month. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
For our extensive coverage on the Brooklyn Homes shooting, the After Action report, and all of our previous reporting, head to foxbaltimore.com.
Now to a story you are seeing first on Fox. The Baltimore County Fire Department facing a vote of no confidence. That vote comes as the fire union releases a report on widespread issues within the department, including poor morale and safety concerns. This morning we have Olivia Dance joining us live with more on the rare union vote. Olivia.
Well, Megan, that's right. The 16-page report was released after a rare vote of no confidence against the current leadership of the Baltimore County Fire Department. The report revealed many concerns, including that a lack of training could be putting the firefighters and the public's safety at risk.
It's concerning in that because the public may not always be in the best care that we could if we were doing additional training. I hope they just don't discount the vote of no confidence and just say, well, it doesn't mean anything. That would only lead to bigger problems.
Fire Chief Joanne Runn barely survived the vote, while union members overwhelmingly delivered a vote of no confidence against Assistant Chief Jennifer Utz and Deputy Chief Francis DePaula. According to Union President John Sabega, who you just heard from, there's room for changes to be made before a change in leadership is necessary, but he says improvements need to be made immediately. The allegations also include what the union is calling a, quote, toxic work environment with a lack of respect, trust, and consistency between chief officers and members. The report continues by saying chief officers were caught lying in disciplined hearings and falsifying documents, as well as unsafe tactical decisions made by chief officers that have led to increased property damage and near misses to personnel. Current recruitment practices also raising concerns. The report claiming applicants who are not physically fit have been assisted and selected to make up numbers for diversity in a job where physical fitness could, of course, cost lives. And the thoroughness of background checks also called into question, with accusations that a convicted felon spent time on the force. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Southwest Airlines pilots are lining up with a picket stating they are ready to strike.
Let's get right over to Tom Rogers in our live center with the latest breakdown on pilots across the country and right here at BWI. Tom.
Yeah, in fact, right now you're taking a live look. This is right at BWI Thurgood Marshall, and these are pilots that are speaking. They've been going in shifts. You see that line behind him? Our reporter is out there right now, and they're questioning some of the pilots, asking why they're doing this and how long they're going to last. Those pilots that are lined up all behind him will then come into shifts. There'll be about 50 of them that will stand behind them. They pass that ready to strike sign over, rotating every 10 to 15 minutes. SWAPA, or Southwest Airlines Pilots Association, they're lined up not only here in Baltimore, but also across the country in some major cities, as pilots say they are done with the poor working conditions and the 3.5-year failed negotiations with the airline. So this is just one step closer to actually going on strike. They cannot go on strike because it's against the law. Pilot Association saying after securing a 99% vote in favor of a strike back in May, the pilots of Southwest Airlines are ready to strike upon release from the National Mediation Board. And that's what that pilot is talking about now. Happening right now, that major display, the threat of what an actual strike would do heading into, say, a Labor Day weekend and a heavy travel weekend. Since the major airline strike began in the 80s, remember that, then again another one in 97 under President Clinton, a federal law was established where airline and railroad workers cannot legally strike and companies cannot lock them out until federal mediators determined that further negotiations are pointless. And that is what today's display is. SWAPA waiting for those mediators after 3.5 years to say okay. Last month, they went to those mediators and they said, we need to be able to strike. And they said they cannot work out this deal, then they will be able to go on strike. But the National Mediation Board rarely declares a dead end to bargaining. And even if it does, there's a no strikes cooling off period during which the White House and then Congress can block a walkout. So flight with Southwest Airlines this weekend. In fact, if you can take a look right now, taking you right to the board, you're going to see on time and arrivals that's not going to be impacted because this is just a visual threat of what a pilot strike would do if travel, for our travel industry, if pilots do get their way and actually are allowed to go on strike until they get their better pay and better conditions. And that's all listed right here on their website. These bullet points are exactly what they've been asking for. So that's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. We are following new developments in Michael Oher's conservatorship lawsuit. Still to come, the latest subpoenas filed.
August is already giving us a taste of fall with below average temperatures. Still ahead, we're tracking if we can expect these fall-like temperatures to stick around. 9:40, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Happening today at noon, the Baltimore Police Department will be holding a news conference concerning recent arrests. It will take place on East Fayette Street at the BPD atrium. Some of the attendees will be Acting Commissioner Worley, Mayor Brandon Scott, and City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, the ATF, and FBI.
A sunny start to the day with a mix of clouds. After the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking what you can expect for your Labor Day forecast.
Plus, our next guest is kind of a big deal. Just ahead, how all you pickle lovers can attend the world's largest pickle party. 9:43 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Welcome back, everybody. Time right now is 9:46. Your Weather Authority forecast. Look at that. Nice blue skies out there. Overall, we've seen some breezy conditions this morning and definitely feeling the drier air that has been working into the area. So that's a nice change of pace. And we're going to continue to feel the dry air for the next couple of days. That will be very nice, especially if you want to do some outdoor stuff, maybe getting ready for Labor Day weekend. Check in your wind speed, about 10 to 15 miles an hour. So we've definitely seen that northerly wind here, and that basically is helping to bring in that drier air. And that wind's going to stay with us off and on through most of the day today. So lower 70s next hour if you're hanging out there, White Marsh and the Avenue. Numbers here through the 2 and 3 o'clock hour slide into the upper 70s and lower 80s. Some of us don't even get out of the 70s for the day. And if you're thinking happy hour time, 4 or 5 p.m., still hanging out in the upper 70s and lower 80s with a breezy day as well. And numbers across the board will mainly be in the upper 70s for you. Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. Eastern Shore in the upper 70s, right about 80 in Stevensville. 82 the number we're going for in Baltimore City, and upper 70s and lower 80s up and down the 95 corridor with mid 70s down the ocean. Now, if you want to get those sprinklers on, you're going to have to do the watering yourself for the next week or so, and you want to get the watering done early or late. Probably going to have some crunchy grass here coming up because we've got a very dry spell on the way. This is our future scan. So a few clouds left over from Idalia moving through today, but tomorrow definitely calmer conditions, a nice cool start to the morning, and plenty of sunshine on Friday afternoon. Saturday also looks pretty nice, and even Sunday not too bad, but Sunday you'll start to feel a little bit more of that humidity, and then those temperatures will start to build. We're just 4 days away from Labor Day and your holiday countdown. Believe it or not, 10 days from now, the Ravens home opener at M&T Bank Stadium, and we're just 61 days out from Halloween. Today's the 31st of August, so essentially October 31st. It's on a Tuesday this year. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Low to mid 80s through the next couple of days. Sunday, you see that heat start building in 93 and look at those highs on Monday and Tuesday. We're talking upper 90s, and the humidity comes back as well. So summer by no means is over yet.
I like that. All right. Well, topping your Sports Unlimited news this morning, but we're going to start off the field. Attorneys for former Ravens player Michael Orr issue subpoenas to gain more records in relation to his conservatorship lawsuit. Probate court records show subpoenas were issued to Shelby County, Tennessee Public Schools, the production company behind the film The Blind Side, and the talent agency who negotiated contracts for Orr and the Toohey family. Orr is asking for an end to the conservatorship that he says he was tricked into, as well as a full accounting of the money earned off of his name and story. The Tooheys have denied Michael Orr's allegations.
Well, when it comes to roster cuts for the Ravens, sometimes no news is good news. While players like Lamar Jackson and OBJ have nothing to worry about, that was not the case for guys on the roster bubble, including wide receiver Tylan Wallace, who kind of went about his own way.
So there was actually nothing said. So I figured if nobody said anything, I figured I was good.
Were you looking at like 4 o'clock at the time?
I was waiting. I sat in my car and I waited till it hit 4, and I was like, all right, I'm good. So and then I drove home, so I was good for sure. I was parked right outside for sure.
Well, now switching gears to baseball. August has been a roller coaster ride for Kyle Gibson. In 5 starts this month, the veteran righty has a 7.89 ERA, which is less than stellar, but his last outing, he went 8 innings, the longest for any O's starter this year. The O's ended up suffering a 10-5 loss to the White Sox at Camden Yards yesterday, but they did take the series win. However, as for Gibson, he was not satisfied with his performance.
Just didn't feel like, for as good as I felt warming up, and even in the first inning, just didn't carry over. Kind of been just the month of August so far for me, just been, really inconsistent, not limited damage. Offense did a great job of getting the runs early and then, giving them right back there just by not being able to make a pitch and get out of it. It was pretty frustrating.
Well, we want to see you go out and show off your Orioles orange and your purple pride all season long. Just scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Yelp has named 2023 the year of the pickle, and foodie lovers are flocking to the Big Dill, world's largest pickle party.
And you might think, all right, this party expected to draw more than 10,000 pickle lovers, fans from every state, and it's right here in Baltimore.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And guess who's joining us right now? The man behind the Big Dill, Kevin Baxter here. You see it right there on your sweatshirt, so thank you so much for coming in.
We are delighted to be here. And you tried one of these.
Man.
These are amazing. All right, wait, Megan and Patrice, I know you guys are here.
We're the taste testers.
So this is the pickle revolution.
Are we?
It's kind of like the craft beer revolution. So I want you to try that. It tastes just like a South Philly hoagie.
How'd you get that out?
In one pickle, it tastes like a hoagie?
So we're making pizza pickles these days, taco pickles, all these great vendors who come to the world's largest pickle party. They have all these outstanding artisan pickles.
How is this pickle party here? Tell me a little bit about this thing going on.
We came here in 2019, the great city, charm city, and Baltimore's been great. It's a central location, so people come from all over the country to this festival.
Favorite chips.
And Baltimore's been a great host.
Still pickle chips?
Now, what is it about pickles that entices people? Because I feel like pickle is a very polarizing, what is it, a vegetable? I don't know. Is it a vegetable? Okay, it is. It's polarizing.
It's a pickled cucumber, right?
Because it's polarizing, because people either hate them, I dislike them.
Oh, you're a pickle
hater. She loves them.
I do.
I'm not a hater. I don't hate anything.
My question for you is pickle cotton candy. I mean,
the joy of coming to the festival is we have pickle-related everything, so you want to try it, but it's really about the gram.
Has anyone ever tried this?
No.
You go right ahead.
I will tell you, not my favorite. Not my favorite. So don't judge us off that. But we have all different types of pickle items. What did you think of the pickles?
I love the pickles.
The pickles were great.
And I love the pickle hot sauce.
How do people get tickets to this thing? That's coming up this weekend.
Easiest way, it's coming up the 23rd, 23rd and 24th of September. You can go to bigdill.com, bigdill.com. bigdeal.com.
I
All the
don't.
information,
Mark
all
Clark.
the tickets you can get right there.
I love it. I love
Pickle-
it. People
pickle
are,
vodka,
you
pickle
guys are
crush.
big deals around here.
Absolutely.
Pickle crushes.
That's
Oh,
good.
we got to talk
No,
about
I'm
this
gonna-
because this is
We only have a
Red
couple of
Hot.
seconds left, real quick.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pass on
absolutely.
that
So
too.
this is their new hot sauce. It's incredible. You can put it on wings. You gotta
I put
try
it on
Don't pick
pizza.
one. And pizza.
Pickle flavored
Smells
hot
good.
sauce.
Have you tried pickle pizza?
No,
Yeah.
that's pickle
And I
flavor
like
hot
it.
sauce.
We got to wrap it up. We'll be right back in a few
BigDeal.com.
minutes. Your 10-day
Pickle sling
forecast
bags.
is coming up. Stay with us, guys.
Thank you.